This is a very shaky shot as of right now, but let's check it out and see what's going on. There we have Kamala Harris. She is stepping off of the plane. Let's listen in.
Everybody, obviously, that the polls close at 8 o'clock tonight, and it's just important that everyone votes. And, of course, the path to the White House and the path to determining who will be the next president of the United States, without question, runs through Michigan. So I'm just here to remind people of Detroit that they are seen and heard by Joe and me.
couple different shots for you as people come in and out of the polling location. Looks like we're also following another feed of Joe Biden, who is visiting a restaurant in West Oak, Philadelphia. He will be spending most of his time in Pennsylvania today, so when he steps out of there, we will also bring that to you live here on News Now from Fox. But for now, we'll go out to that event with Governor Gavin Newsom, speaking to voters out on the streets of San Francisco. You're watching News Now from Fox.
Too extraordinary. You saw in California, we're just 2 million shy as of last night of 2016's turnout. And that's extraordinary. And you're seeing that all across the country. We saw that in Nevada 2 days ago. We were at 70% of the vote had already turned out. This is unprecedented. And we've long said this. Let's test the theory or the assertion that when Democrats vote, when people vote broadly, Democrats win. And so we, I think, will prove that theory, not just test it tonight. And I have real confidence.
Is it a voter suppression or
all of them?
leak?
Thank you. Where is the king? Where is the king? Thank you. Congressman Evans, you gonna get the numbers you need here today? Right. You feel good about the numbers you got?
So again, quick movements out there. Sorry, these shots only come up for just a moment or two. That was Joe Biden out there in his home state at a restaurant in West Oak, Philadelphia. Probably just getting some lunch, because it's going to be a long day for him. Again, we are just hours away from some of these results rolling in from key states, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. But we're going to take you back out to that event coming out of California of Governor Gavin Newsom, kind of hitting the streets and speaking to voters out there in San Francisco. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. We'll bring you everything live right here, right when it happens.
Still, challenges.
Of course, all that, but I think it's overwhelming. And I think it will overwhelm those efforts. People are too committed to the cause of change. And I don't think people will be denied. And I think those efforts will look weak in the face of historic turnout. I really do. Now, of course, I could be wrong, and certainly was wrong in 2016, so don't take my word for it. But I just think, I also think one other thing. I think that Jill Stein, part of this is underreported. Gary Johnson, component is underreported, particularly in those swing states. That's profoundly impactful. I remember all of us that read Hillary Clinton's book talked so much about the Jill Stein factor in those key swing states. It's not a factor, and how that was manipulated potentially by foreign adversaries. But the bottom line is that doesn't present itself as a big factor this time around. That's also significant. The polling is significant. Polling is overwhelmingly right. It's an exception when it's wrong. And we're wrong to have cast so many aspersions on national polls in 16. It was overstated. There were state polls that were off. The vast majority of the national polls were quite accurate. And when you're looking at 8 to 10 points in these averages, okay, cut it in half. It's still dominant. So for all those reasons, I feel this way. But again, I will hope you lose this recording if I'm wrong. Because,
what difference do you think it'll make to have Kamala Harris as vice president?
come on, I don't even know it. I'm so excited about it. it's so personal. We just talked, and I just it's just extraordinary. I mean, I walk in streets like this with Kamala 30 years ago, before we're both in elected office. I mean, just an extraordinary thing. And she's in her element. I mean, I've never seen her more happy, more confident, loose. She's in her element, and you feel it, you see that, and if you've known her, you really see it. And so I just couldn't be more happy for her. It's profoundly significant for the state, and so I'm just, I'm praying, I'm hoping. Well, I'm not just praying, I'm not hopeful. I'm texting. That's why I'm texting. You're good.
Governor, you implemented a few changes for this election.
What's that?
You implemented a few changes this election because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Is that something, those features, something that you want to put into law for future elections with the mail-in for everyone, etc.?
We'll discuss that with the legislature, but look, making voting easier, providing more choice, more opportunity, I think is fabulous. I think this trend is predated COVID in California. Significant increase election after election in people voting by mail, absentee, and otherwise, or early voting trends. So that's been well underway. I think this COVID has accelerated that trend. And I don't know that once the proverbial mind is stretched, it ever goes back to its original form, meaning I think the expectation will be all across this country.
Are you anxious and afraid right now over what might happen in the next few days? Good. You are a normal person having a completely normal reaction to what is completely fucked up. Okay? Nothing in the past 4 years is fucking normal. It's not fucking normal to have 240,000 people die, and then you're...
Oh, it goes down, not up. All right, I thought I was doing better than I was.
We got to talk to the voters.
All right.
There you go. Music, anything for TV.
Close. Getting closer. Almost.
Oh, geez, I can do it. Wait a second. Now I realize my power.
Oh, yeah.
Bro.
Thank you. I tell you what, from the time I started as a U.S. Senator, Philadelphia brought me to the dance, man.
We love you, Joe.
I tell you what, you've been great to me my whole career. And I tell you what, as Joe Billy, so goes the state of Pennsylvania.
Watch your head up a little bit. It's okay.
Turnout's been incredible. The job you're doing is incredible. I really mean it. I can't thank you enough. I want to introduce you to two ladies with me. Come here. I want to introduce you to my granddaughters. This is my son, Bo Biden, who a lot of you helped elect to the Senate in Delaware. This is my granddaughter, Natalie. This is Bo's daughter, and we're out campaigning together. And then Hunter's number 2, who goes to school here in Philly. This is my granddaughter, Finnegan Biden. Thank you. Another friend right here.
Who's with them?
So folks, I can't thank you enough. Look, the country is ready. Predicting that we're going to have more people vote this year than any time in American history. They expect over 150 million people to vote. And guess what? People between the ages of 18 and 13 or 18 and 30 are turning out in big numbers. That's going to be a big deal. And by the way, you guys that understand, 54% of the vote so far is women. I tell you what. Look, the president's got a lot of things backwards. One of which is he thinks that he can decide who gets the vote. And guess what? The people are going to decide who gets to be president. Look, folks, I'm not going to keep you standing here long, but I want to say one thing. We have an enormous opportunity as a country.
You gotta make
I
this
don't mean
decision
just
where you're gonna go
national
next time,
elections.
please.
We have an enormous opportunity. I want everybody to understand. The public nationwide has figured it out. Not only are we going to be able to overcome this virus by taking some smart moves. For real, we're going to do it. But secondly, we're going to rebuild the middle class. And by the way, the middle class built this country and unions built the middle class. And thirdly, I promise you this, although I'm running as a proud Democrat, if you elect me, I'm going to be an American president. There's going to be no red states or blue states, just the United States of America. We're going to show, I really mean it, we're going to pull it together. We're better positioned than any nation in the whole world in the 21st century. Our workers are 3 times productive as the rest of the world. We have more great research universities in America where everything comes out of than all the rest of the world combined. We just have to remember who we are, damn it. This is the United States of America. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We got to know who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose truth over lies. We choose science over fiction. We can take this. I promise you, I'm going to take responsibility. When I make a mistake, I'll admit it. But I tell you what, I promise you, I will never break my word to you. And by the way, Air Force, thanks for your service, pal. Thanks for your service. Tell me to stop. Okay, I'll stop. Let me back up. Last thing I'll say. The President said a lot of really not so good things. But the one that bothers me the most, as I've seen an Air Force guy here, is when he said that vets are suckers and losers. Well, let me tell you something. No president's ever said anything like that before. No, I'm not joking. And by the way, my son Beau Biden was the Attorney General. He gave up that seat to go fight in Iraq. He won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was no loser. He was a patriot. All you who serve. All who serve. This guy doesn't understand. He doesn't understand sacrifice. He doesn't understand. He talks about being a tough guy and what a macho man he is. When's the last time you ever heard when a president shows up at the United Nations and the whole UN laughs at him? That's never happened before. Or when he shows up at a NATO meeting and they make fun of him. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the reason why 6 generals, commanding generals who worked for him, resigned, left, and said he wasn't fit to be commander-in-chief. Folks, I'm so happy to have you all. I tell you what, and I promise you. God protect America. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Expected. There's already over 110 million people who have voted in the United States.
Yes.
We're expecting up to 150 million, the largest turnout ever. And by the way, folks, if you haven't gotten everybody out, get them out. It ain't over till it's over, and when it's over, we're going to win Pennsylvania because of you. Everybody in Delaware thinks I moved to Pennsylvania. So I'm leaving here to go to Delaware. I'm going back home and I'm going over the east side where I used to work. And because that's where I started. And I tell you what, people are turning out at home. So as much as I love Pennsylvania and I'm a Pennsylvania guy, I am a Delaware.
It's okay. We love it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good to see you, dude.
I'm the line.
You're watching news now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was Joe Biden speaking out there in his home state. A few things to take away from that. He's saying that 110 million people have voted so far. He's expecting higher voter numbers than ever in history. And that could be 150 million voters. That's a large number. Several people have already gone out to vote. In fact, Philadelphia, as we speak, is counting mail-in ballots. So this is starting. We are quickly approaching this right now. It's almost 1 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, but key states are already starting to count some of those votes. So big things happening. Again, that was Joe Biden out there in Pennsylvania. He's going to be watching those results roll in from his home state. I want to take you out to a couple of different live looks that we are following. This right here is Manhattan, where police executives in New York City are going to hold an election security update. So we're keeping a close eye on that. That should be starting any moment. Several states getting a little bit nervous about tonight as they are expecting some unrest, maybe some protests, depending on what the results are. But people are still showing up to those polls. We'll take you to a couple of different shots. This is a polling location right here. They've been switching up the feeds for us here from Fox. We were just watching Secretary LaRose out there in Ohio. He was talking about what they are expecting. Let's head out to Philadelphia now, where we said they are counting those votes. This is the exact location where those workers are going to be working hard all through the night to make sure they count everything and count it correctly. That's going to be a massive point of contention for this election season. So we will be keeping an eye on that. Last look, the big board. Take a look at that. The Dow up 2% and almost up 600 points. That's pretty much what it's been throughout the day today. Stocks looking good. The gains roaring up to 600 points and higher at certain points on election day today. An interesting aspect to this story, of course, how the economy is doing. Both candidates touting their plans and what they can do for the economy moving forward. Well, looks like on election day, things are looking good. Some of you are going to be going out to a quick commercial break. For those of you who are sticking around with us, there's this thing, and it's called the Electoral College, but a lot of people don't really understand how it works, what it does, why it's important. So we have our sister station who's going to break it all down for us right here on News Now from Fox. We've got everything for you. We're also monitoring that press conference that's happening in New York, where they're talking about election security as well. Thanks for joining us.
Joining us today to talk about the Electoral College is Dr. Susan McManus from USF. Thank you so much for joining us. The Electoral College is a really confusing thing for many people. So what is the best way to explain it?
The Electoral College gives each state, regardless of its size, input into the election of the president. And it goes back to the formation of the country when there was a compromise between large and small states to come up with a plan that would give each type of state representation in the selection of the president. Each state gets a number of members of Congress based upon their population size, plus 2 senators. So each state's makeup in the Electoral College is the number of House of Representatives seats that they have in Congress based on population, plus there are 2 U.S. senators, and every state gets 2 U.S. senators. Florida has 29 electoral college votes, which is a very large number. In fact, it's 11% of the 270 electoral college votes needed to elect a president. And that's why Florida is so critical for both the Biden and the Trump campaign. We're the most toss-up of the big states, and yet we have 29 electoral college votes, which could tip the election in one direction or another.
And there's always been this sort of frustration over the Electoral College. A lot of times people say they want to do away with it, but it's never happened. How come?
Because it would require, to do away with the Electoral College would require a constitutional amendment. And it's going to be very hard to convince some of the smaller or moderate sized states to give up their representation in the selection of the president, and in a way cede most of the attention to the 4 or 5, 6 states that have the large number of people living in them. So it would sort of tamp down the voice of smaller places, and to then require 3/4 of the states to amend the Constitution to change that, you can see is somewhat of an uphill battle. But is it confusing? Yes. Do a majority of the polls show that people would rather have the popular vote? Yes. But once it's explained to them, might they change their minds? Yes.
Do you think it'll ever be done away with?
There might be a push for something in between, which would be to do something like give the state's overall popular vote to the candidate that the 2 Senate seats, and then decide what the other divvying up of votes would be based upon the congressional districts. So in Florida right now, 14 congressional districts are controlled by Republicans and 13 by Democrats, but that could change as a consequence of a number of competitive congressional races that we have on the ballot today. And so there's some states that already do that. There's the state of Maine does it with 1 congressional district, and Nebraska does it as well. So there's a few places that have done that. That would probably be a bit easier to pass than a straight out getting rid of the Electoral College.
I know you've already kind of gotten into this, but I'll ask it a different way. But doesn't the Electoral College make it so voters in some states have more of an influence than in other states? And is that fair?
It is fair because it's based on population size. Each state's number of delegates to the Electoral College is based upon their population size. So larger states like Florida, we have 27 seats in the U.S. Congress because we have a larger population than some smaller states that only have 1 representative, plus there are 2 senators in the U.S. Congress. And it's all based on population size.
Dr. Susan McManus with University of South Florida, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been Jennifer Holton with Fox 13 News for Fox News Now.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. Here is that press conference promised out of New York City where they're talking about election security. Let's listen in.
Let those who are trying to cause chaos know they are not welcome. Don't let them steal your message. Separate from those agitators, and we will deal with them. New York's finest is without a doubt fully prepared to keep our city safe as we move forward. Chief Holmes here will now say a few words about what she's seen so far today across the city at all our election sites. Chief Holmes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So right now we have medium to light turnout. Everything looks good. One incident not worth mentioning, but with that we have some of the finest, bravest men and women in this department that are out there supporting our democracy. They'll be out there throughout the night, the next couple of days coming. I'll echo Chief Monahan's response as far as people should feel safe in coming out and voting, and anyone that wants to demonstrate peacefully has the right to do so. But with that, the anarchists that tend to blend in and using the legit protesters for cover we're here and we're here to arrest you. We have zero tolerance for any looting, burglary, anything of that sort, assaulting anyone. That's what we're here for.
We'll take a few questions.
Yeah, could you talk a little about the frozen zones you guys have planned? When the threshold is to, I guess, start those? Who will be allowed in and out of them? How many of them you have?
We have plans that we have set up in case of anything that happens, something that we do not expect to have to utilize, but taken at what we had seen during May and June, we've put together plans similar to what you had seen at Times Square during that period. As the incidents, if anything should happen, if we need to implement them, we will give you further instructions on what we're going to do, but we do not expect to have to.
Rocco? Chief, could you fill us in on a fracas from earlier today in Park Slope? There was a protester caught on video threatening bodily harm to someone on the other side.
That was a dispute. There was a truck parked outside with a flag on it. Someone came over. They had words back and forth. Our cops were immediately there. They had conversations, and eventually the person left in the dispute. It's what we do every day. We handle disputes across the city. This was a dispute that was handled with no arrest, no summons is needed.
Not looking for anyone to close case?
No, close case.
Tony, Stefano?
Chief, is there any indication on social media whatsoever that some people might try to instigate things ad hoc?
Right now, no. Our intelligence bureau, John, has been out there. We have great intelligence. We have not gotten any information of anyone that's looking to cause any problems. There are a few protests that are scheduled for today and tomorrow, like there have been every day for the last, 4 or 5 months. We will be monitoring them, and we will be monitoring everything that goes on within the city. But as of now, nothing on social media that is friendly.
Chief, do you all have any concerns about this? There have been a number of groups that have wanted to band together to protect property in the event of protests. Do you have any concerns about, and there was a group that wanted to come, for instance, with bats from out of New York City. Do you have any concerns, or are you hearing about any militia groups coming to the city, and how are you addressing those?
There was a tweet, I believe, yesterday that was out there saying, come to a couple of sites. We're going to go out there and cover locations. We went there. No one showed up. That was someone that retweeted a tweet, and we saw nothing. We have no information of anyone coming out here to protect sites. The NYPD is going to be out there. That's what we do. We are going to be out there in force with thousands of police officers over the next couple of days, making sure the city stays safe. We do not expect to see any repeat of what we saw here in the end of May and June.
And so,
Christine,
hold on, follow-up.
You get a follow-up.
If we could just hear from Chief Madry, I know you have a new position here, and just with new circumstances this time around, what would you say is your message?
Good afternoon. From my position, I've been talking to the community. I've spoken to our clergy, our business improvement districts, just many people in the community, and just assuring them that the police department is here. We value their partnership. We ask them for their support and their help. If they see anything, to make sure they call us right away. Now we're here to support them. So that's from my end what I'm doing, what my office is doing, and we're here to support the women and men of this department.
Are you hearing concerns from the community?
The community's concerned, but we're here, and I'm assuring them, the chief of department, the chief patrol is here, we're assuring them that we are here. We're going to be very responsive. We'll be here all night working, and however we can help the community, and we value their partnership, and they're going to help us through this.
Ashley?
Listen, we saw what happened back in May and June. I understand their concerns, but we do not see that threat that we saw back in May and June repeating itself. We will be out there. We've reached out to all the bids. I know Chief Holmes has had conversations throughout the city with everyone since she took their position, Chief Madry. They are concerned because they saw what happened. They look what happens around this country. But rest assured that the NYPD has got great intelligence, and we will be monitoring anyone that may want to try and cause any sort of mayhem in the city. But we also ask anyone who's out there to peacefully protest to make sure they don't provide protection for those who want to cause mayhem. Nothing does better than a peaceful protester making sure that people do not cause mayhem within their groups, that they get rid of them. because that frustrates those who want to cause trouble more than anything.
Chief,
Has there been any other enforcement activity aside from the Trump supporter who was causing ruckus in Queens?
No enforcement activity at all. It's been very relatively quiet and a normal election day so far.
is there going to be added protection at Trump Tower tonight?
We always have people over at Trump Tower. As things occur, as the intelligence comes out, that's when we move resources. So as of now, we have no intelligence of anything that's going on over there.
Any more questions? You, please.
What is your plan for securing the bridges as protesters have tended to shut down the bridge recently?
Again, peaceful protests we want to facilitate. We will move them along peacefully. If people start to cause trouble, if they start to break windows or try and burn things, we will stop them immediately. And again, we're going to ask those who want to march peacefully to separate and point out those that are looking to cause mayhem, that are trying to hijack their message.
Tina Moore.
Chief, we're hearing some signs of possible protests tomorrow. Is it going to be full already again, or how does this start look like?
Absolutely. Listen, we all know there's an election today. Who knows who's going to win, who's not going to win, what the results are. We have no intel of any problems right now, but that's why we're all working. Our Joint Operations Center will be operating throughout. As the day goes on, as the night goes on, we will get more information and we will respond. We're going to have thousands of cops working tomorrow specifically for whatever may occur. So we're ready.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Good, how are you?
You're watching news now from Fox. That was an election security update in New York City, but it looks like we are getting another live feed right here. This is Kamala Harris. She's speaking in Detroit. She's been making her way around the state, so let's listen.
Neighborhood, and I just want to thank you, because listen, the decision about who will be the next president of the United States, you are going to make. You will make that decision. You know, in Michigan, the last election for president in 2016, the outcome of that election was decided on average by 2 votes per precinct in Michigan. 2 votes. Can you imagine? If each of us just pulled out another 2 people to make sure they voted today, that could determine who will be the next president of the United States of America. And on that decision comes so many other decisions, like whether we are going to maintain Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million people who didn't have it, especially in the midst of a virus, COVID, that has afflicted 3 times more black people than any others. Black people are twice as likely to die from it, and we know part of that has to do with pre-existing conditions, right? Do you know, raise your hand if you know anybody with diabetes, if you know anybody with high blood pressure, if you know anybody with lupus, if you know anybody who's a breast cancer survivor, right? So what Obamacare did, that Joe Biden together with President Obama pushed through, protected people with pre-existing conditions. The other choice for president is trying to get rid of it, is in court right now suing to get rid of it. These are the kinds of decisions that are in front of voters right now, very clear decisions. And so I'm here to thank you all, to ask you to remind folks to come and vote. The polls close at 8 o'clock today. Encourage people to stand in line. I know it may be asking a lot, but when we think about what we want for ourselves, for our children, for our families, for our community over the next 4 years, and for the next generation, this is probably okay to do compared to what we're going to get in return. So let's make sure everybody votes. Let's not let anybody take our power from us, because at election time, the power of our voice is through our vote. And we know that there are so many reasons to vote. We vote to honor the ancestors, those people like one of the great heroes, American heroes that we lost this year, John Lewis, who shed his blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge for our right to vote. We honor the ancestors by voting. We vote because everything is at stake in this election, everything. And we vote because we know that there may be powerful people trying to make it difficult, trying to make it confusing for us to vote, but we know that part of the reason they're doing that is because they know our power. They know when we vote, Things change. They know when we vote, we win. We win. We win. We win. So let's make sure everybody votes. Let's not listen to anybody trying to mess with us and confuse us about it. Today is election day, not tomorrow. Today is election day. The polls close at 8 o'clock, not at 9 o'clock. So let's make sure everybody knows the truth. Let's speak with the truth, and let's walk with our feet to the polls and get this thing done. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you very much.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was Kamala Harris out there in Detroit, Michigan. She is on the run out there, stopping at as many places as she possibly can. This as several different states are already counting up the votes. Some good information for all of you to know is, hey, the polling locations are still open right now, but a lot of them are about to close down. So let me tell you what exactly you need to know when it comes to these polling locations. 6 p.m. is when polling locations will shut down in Indiana and Kentucky. Again, all these times are local to the state, so that's good to know as well. 7 p.m. is when Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Kansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Nevada, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, and Wyoming will all be closing their polls. That's again at 7 p.m. 7:30 is when Arkansas, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia will be closing their polls. 8 p.m. is when Alaska, California, Connecticut, Delaware, Idaho, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Utah, Washington, D.C., and Wisconsin. That's when they're going to be shutting their polls down. And finally, last but not least, 9 p.m. is when it's all going to shut down for Iowa, New York, and North Dakota. You're taking a live look right now, though, from Ohio. This is a polling location out there. You can still see all of the voters taken to the polls, casting their ballots, wanting to make it in time. And we've been showing you this shot all day, too. This is Philadelphia, where they're counting those votes quickly and furiously, as people want to know as soon as possible when those votes are going to be counted. And unfortunately, there's a lot of uncertainty exactly when that's going to happen, but it's all good. It's going to happen in due time. We're going to send some of you out to a quick commercial break. We'll see you in about 2 minutes. When you come back, we've got some great content from our sister stations across the country. We'll see you guys soon. For those of you who are sticking around, WFLD, one of our sister stations, has a great segment for us. Back in 2016, President Trump received just 8% of the African American vote. But will the last 4 years have made a difference in his favor? So we're going to play that out for you. That's from our sister station, WFLD, on this election day. Thanks for watching.
It is here. The day has finally arrived, and everyone agrees we could be in for a long night or even a long week as we wait for election results to be tallied. So when you sit down tonight to watch the returns, what are you going to be focusing on? We're joined by radio personalities Maze Jackson and Ramblin' Ray Stevens to see what they'll be keeping a close watch on this evening. Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to see both of you.
Good morning. Hey. Great to see you. I see Ray's trying to outdress me today.
I'm telling you, he's looking mighty handsome.
You know, for the first time ever, Mays isn't wearing a tie. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I know why Mays isn't wearing a tie, because he's heading out and going to vote, and he likes to get out there on the election day. But I want to start with both of you about the road to the White House. I want to start with you, Mays. What do you think were some of the game changers in this race that are going to make a difference tonight?
I think some of the game changers are the investment that Joe Biden made in trying to win over Florida and then doubling down in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania. I'm going to tell you, I'm suffering anxiety because I don't know how to call this. I think, though, we'll have a sense of where this thing is going after Florida, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania are called.
Okay.
If any of those three go to Joe Biden, then in my estimation, I think the path for the president is very short. I'll also be looking very closely at Wisconsin, particularly in areas like in those inner city versus the rural areas and what is happening there. President Trump has made a concerted effort these last couple of weeks to reach Black men who Democrats, I feel, poll very softly on. And so it'll be interesting to see if he was able to depress or to discourage that inner city Black vote.
Okay, now, Ray, everyone is talking about keeping an eye on Pennsylvania, as Mays just mentioned, and I know that you're one of them. You told me you think the president's attack on Biden and fracking are key in this race because Pennsylvania is one of the states that has benefited from fracking. So before you respond, let's take a listen to what the president said during the campaign about that.
Joe Biden confirmed his plan to abolish the entire U.S. oil industry. That means no fracking, no jobs, no energy for Pennsylvania families, Texas, all the other places. He wants to go wind. Let's go wind. Let's go have brownouts, blackouts all over Pennsylvania, all over the country. He wants to go wind.
Okay, Ray, that was a game-changing moment for you. Talk about that.
Well, I think so, and I just don't know how we go to zero emission electric cars. And I think that the people that work in Texas and especially Pennsylvania have to be concerned. But furthermore, I wonder, how does Joe Biden excite this base? I know that Mays had mentioned Florida, and then I think about President Trump's stop in Miami-Dade the other day, and people were just having fun. They were dancing. They were living their lives. I wonder if this comes down to a referendum on Trump's behavior and his attitude and his sometimes not being presidential and saying the things that that most people wouldn't say. But then I look at the way that Joe Biden holds himself. And sometimes he gets angry and says things and calls people dog-faced pony boys. So if this comes down to an election based on people's feelings, I don't know if you can draw a referendum on Trump based on the things that Joe Biden also does. But Pennsylvania is going to be very interesting. It's going to be in play, no doubt about it. I don't know what happens today. The only thing I can tell you is I think Trump wins in the Rust Belt states. I think he's got it. And Pennsylvania, I think it comes down to. I think we're probably going to have election results in maybe 2 to 3 months. But I will tell you this. Taylor Swift picked Joe Biden, and Taylor Swift is not good at picking men. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Oh, my gosh, Mays, I think he was holding out to use that line on us. What do you think?
I think he stole the show today.
Okay, but one final question for both of you. How much do you guys think the role the president has played with coronavirus, how he handled it, how much of a difference is this going to make in this race? Mays.
I think that the death counts are what the Democrats have been marketing. And so I believe that it will play a tremendous role. Although I do believe that the president reflects the feelings of most of the people in my timeline, as well as the people that are very frustrated with the confusion that has been going around this virus. That is really the undetermined factor, because I really do believe that this virus is put the economy versus public health at the forefront. And I think most Americans tend to lean towards economy, which is why it's so hard for me to call this race.
Yeah, okay, that's a great point. Then, Ray, what do you think? The economy or coronavirus? What was more important?
Well, I think that I think that if you look at our state and if you look what people are going through right now, look in Chicago. We have, we're not going to be able to pay these tax bills. The restaurants are closed. Dining's, basically at a standstill. And people are tired and frustrated. You can blame Trump on the coronavirus if you want, but I don't know how anybody would have handled it differently. It's a very fluid situation. And you take a guy like Anthony Fauci, who people want to believe in, and everything changes so much. So I get that the Dems wanted to pin this on Trump, and I get you've got to have a point to kind of drive home for your base, but I just don't know if you can put this on any government official, any governor, or any president. I think this comes down to a referendum on behavior. And along with Mays, I agree. This is a tight, close race to call. There's a lot of passion on the Trump side. And you have to ask yourself, did this big business that financed Biden and the Hollywood elite, did that help him? Or did this small $60 to $65 a piece donor base from everyday Americans really just fuel the way for what we want? I mean, it is so skewed right now. Too close to call, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my next question. I only need a one-word answer because we're out of time. I want each of you to say Biden or Trump. Mays.
It's a toss-up.
Okay. Ray.
Trump.
Okay. We're going to see. We're going to see you both tomorrow morning. We will discuss it, and let's see how much we know. Great to see both of you guys. Ray looking super sharp, and Mays, get out there and get that vote. I know you're excited to go out today to vote. Great to see both of you. See you tomorrow morning. It is here. The day has.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was from our sister station, WFLD. She's grilling them with those questions out there. Who's going to win? I don't think anyone really knows at this point, except for those workers right there that are counting the ballots. That's the Philadelphia Convention Center, where they are counting both early ballots, and then Philadelphia's polls are actually going to be closing quite soon here. We're following all of these live looks from across the country, and pretty soon we will have a live interview with one of our reporters on the ground in Georgia, one of those battleground states that both sides of the aisle have really been going after, both of them going after the South quite a bit. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching News Now from Fox, and we're taking you from press conferences to live reports to everything election day. It is crazy out here. These polls are closing down. People are counting the ballots, and hopefully we'll get to see some results tonight. If we do, we'll bring it to you live here on News Now from Fox. If not, we'll continue to follow that into the next few days. So we've seen Joe Biden out and about today. He's in his home state of Pennsylvania. We've also seen Kamala Harris. She's been in Michigan for the majority of the day, in Detroit, kind of stopping at those locations really quickly. They're really dividing up those states and trying to speak to voters on the ground before the polls shut down, because they know every single vote counts. Well, President Trump has pretty much stayed put today. He did stop by the RNC headquarters to thank his workers there. That's in Arlington, Virginia. So before we go out to a live report with one of our Fox reporters, we're going to go ahead and play that out for you, because we haven't seen President Trump much today. He only spoke with Fox and Friends earlier, but that's about it. He's been pretty quiet and said that he's going to be waiting on those results, but he does feel like success is in his future. So let's listen into that. Some of you are going to be going for a short commercial break. That's just about 2 minutes, but when you come back, you'll probably still see President Trump on your screens. So we'll see you guys in a second. For those of you who are sticking around, we'll take you out to that event in Arlington, Virginia with the president himself. I'm Daytona Everett.
Rallies and incredible times, and I hear we're doing very well in Florida. We're doing very well in Arizona. We're doing incredibly well in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years. But I want to thank everybody. There's a tremendous group of people. Come on over here. This is the media. They're very nice. They treat us as Come on over. Kaylee, everybody, come on over. Young, attractive people that know politics, and someday some of the people in this room, I predict, some of them will be president, I hope.
but they've been working very hard, and I know you'll be here all night, and I think you're going to see some tremendous results. And, you know, we had rallies, there was love at those rallies, and there's never been rallies like that. There has never been, and I say it in front of the media, and they can check it, they can fact check it if they want, but there's never been anything like we just had. And I think a combination of the debate, maybe the debates, but the debate, certainly the second debate, and the rallies were, it was a good combination, and we really, I think we took off. So it's been really good. I want to just thank everybody in the room. You see these people, we travel with these people. They're extremely nice, and they respect very much what we've done. Actually, I think they do. If you want to know the truth, I think they do. Yeah, please.
How are you feeling today, Mr. President?
I feel very good. After doing that many rallies, the voice gets a little bit choppy, I think. God did not design it for that much, but we, you know, look, we did a lot of them. We did actually 6 the last day because one finished at 2 in the morning. So I put it on. So we did 5 plus sort of 1, but we did a lot. And no, I feel great, really good.
What's your message to Americans who didn't vote for you?
Everybody should come together, and I think success brings us together. We're going to have a tremendous success. We had 33.1% up in growth, GDP, and nobody's ever seen a number like that. The last time the number was less than half, and I think that was in 1952. So we doubled up the number, more than doubled up the number. I think we're set for tremendous success, and success is going to bring unity. And it was bringing it before, and then we got hit with the China virus, and that certainly you had to go back, and I think we've done an incredible job with respect to that, other than public relations, because, and I'm not sure that it's possible to convince you of it, because, you know, you people were not really convincible.
All right, we're going to step on that really quickly. We'll come back to that in a second. But we do have Jayla Whitfield, who is in Kennesaw, Georgia. This is one of the locations that several, both sides of the aisle have really been going after. Georgia has been a big state for both of them. So, Jayla, I want to know what the voter turnout has been like out there. We've stopped in on Florida. We've stopped in on Arizona. How is Georgia looking?
Well, Daytona, when I first arrived here this morning around 7 a.m., the line was wrapped around the parking lot. Now, since then, things have died down a little bit, but people have still been consistently going in and out to cast their ballot. And the pandemic isn't stopping people from doing so. When you look out here, they all have on their masks and they're practicing social distance protocols.
So, Jayla, when did the polls close out there, and when did they open up? When did you get there? Just tell me how your day is kind of broken down.
Yeah. So I got here around 6:30 a.m. The polls opened at 7, and once I arrived, people were already in line. Maybe about 50 to 60 people already in line wrapped around the parking lot. The polls closed here at 7 p.m., and so far they had about 400 people already vote here this morning. So that's not even the full day yet. So we're going to see how the rest of this day goes. The polls close here at 7 p.m., but they tell me if anyone is in line at 7, they can still cast their ballot.
What has it been like social distancing wise? Has everyone been wearing their mask? I saw a guy just walked by in your background. He was wearing his. How is it looking as far as the coronavirus pandemic goes? Kind of crazy in 2020.
I know the coronavirus during this election is definitely crazy. But what I can tell you is when people were in line this morning, and it was a lot of people in line, everyone was pretty spaced out. They were watching their distance, making sure they weren't too close to other people. And everyone that I've seen has had on a mask, especially the poll workers inside. They're being very safe, wearing masks. There's sanitation set up, and they're making sure they clean the pens and everything that people are using to vote.
And any other races to really be looking towards in Georgia out there?
Our Senate race is also a really big deal here, but a lot of the presidents are taking a big eye on Georgia. I mean, we just had Obama come out here yesterday to Atlanta to campaign for Joe Biden, and then we had Trump here on Sunday in Rome, Georgia, campaigning. So the presidents know that Georgia is a big deal, and we're going to see how things turn out tonight.
All right, again, that was Fox's Jayla Whitfield. She's out there in Georgia. Jayla, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
All right, so there you have it. We've talked to reporters in Florida, we've talked to reporters out here in Arizona, and now Georgia. Some of those polls are going to be closing very, very soon here, so we're keeping an eye on that. Let's head back to Philadelphia. This is, again, a live look at the convention center right there, where ballots are currently being counted. It's unbelievable. I can't believe the day is here, but I also can believe it. I feel like it's been a long time coming, so exciting stuff to be keeping an eye on. Before we went out to JALA, we did show you a little bit of President Trump's appearance in Arlington this morning at the RNC headquarters, so we're going to play out the rest of that before we go out to some other live reporters across the country. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox.
And that certainly, you had to go back, and I think we've done an incredible job with respect to that, other than public relations, because, and I'm not sure that it's possible to convince you of it, because, you know, you people were not really convincible no matter what we did, but we've done an incredible job, not only in handling it. Don't forget, we were expecting, and people were projecting 2.2 million people. We closed up the greatest economy in the history of the world for any country, not just for our country. And we are now opening it up. We saved more than 2 million lives and did an incredible job with therapies and therapeutics and with, I think, maybe cures, because frankly, some of the stuff is so good. But if you look at the ventilator situation, we had a ventilator problem. And now with all the work that everybody's done, including Jared, people coming in from Silicon Valley, and now we're sending the ventilators all over, I mean, all over the world now, all over the world. We're producing them for other countries. But it's been an incredible period of time. And I think that if you look at, and I say it proudly, we are rounding the corner, but the vaccines are coming out very soon. They're having tremendous success. Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, and we're going to have we're going to have a very special year. Next year, I think, is going to be more successful than it was last year. We had the best year we've ever had last year, and I think we're going to be right in that category for next year. So that's very successful.
Mr. President, have you read an acceptance speech and a concession speech?
No, I'm not thinking about concession speech or acceptance speech yet. Hopefully, we'll be only doing one of those two. And you know, winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not. But I think we have, when you see rallies, the likes of which in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world, nobody's ever seen before. There's a tremendous love going on in this country. And there's really a tremendous unity. There's a tremendous unity. Nobody's ever seen that, where you take an airport and the airport's not big enough to hold the crowds. Nobody's ever seen a thing like that. And our opposition, as you know, would have a few people sitting in circles. And that's okay. That's not abnormal. That's not abnormal, actually. I mean, that's the way it is. But we would get crowds of 50,000 people, 45,000 people, more. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So it was an honor. They're great people. These are people that they appreciate what we did. And they also remember before I got there and before we all got there. This group has been with me. A lot of them are very young, but they've been with me, many of them, for a long time, right? A long time. And I really came here to thank you all. And then I'm going to say, and get immediately back to work. Well, we spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. It's always been a very good place for me. I went to college there. It's always been good. I think Pennsylvania is very important. Florida is very important, obviously. A lot of people talked about Texas, and Texas is, we will have a tremendous victory there based on, you know, everything that you see. This is no longer polls. This is now we're looking at what's happening. It'll be a tremendous victory in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing tremendously well in Arizona. I think we're doing well all over, yeah?
When do you think we'll know a winner, and should every vote be counted, no matter how long it
Well, I think you'll know possibly tonight, depending on the extent of a victory. I think you could know tonight. I think the ruling on Pennsylvania was an unfortunate one by the Supreme Court, because I think we should know what happens on the night. Let people put their ballots in earlier. But you have to have numbers. You can't have these things delayed for many days and maybe weeks. You can't do that. The whole world is waiting. This country is waiting, but the whole world is waiting. And a lot of shenanigans, a lot of bad things happen with ballots when you say, oh, let's devote days and days, and all of a sudden the ballot count changes. And you take a look at Philadelphia, the history of Philadelphia politics. No, I don't put people on their honor code. I don't think it's right. And I think it's a very dangerous thing that they've done with that decision. And maybe their wisdom will change that decision, or maybe we'll go back and give them a right to change it. But that's it's a very dangerous decision for this country, what they did with Pennsylvania, and some others also. You have to have a date, and the date happens to be November 3rd, and we should be entitled to know who won on November 3rd. And if somebody comes along and puts a ballot in way late, they shouldn't be. They should put the ballot in earlier. There's no reason why they can't put the ballot in 2 weeks earlier or 1 week earlier. I think it's a very dangerous decision for our country. In many ways, dangerous. In many ways. You know?
Will you speak to the American people tonight, regardless of the outcome or not?
Well, I may. I mean, we're going to have to see. We have a big night planned. We're going to have a very big night. I just think we're going to have a tremendous. I think we're going to have. Look, I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at different locations, and we're seeing lines of people. And they're wearing a lot of red material, including hats. But no, we're seeing in certain areas that would be Trump areas, we're seeing lines of people that are extended for miles. You're seeing it too. I mean, you don't have to say it, but you're seeing it too. So I think we're going to have a great night, but it's politics and it's elections, and you never know. I can say that Texas, Arizona, a few of them are looking really very, very strong. Florida, looking very, very strong. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars in Florida. But the people of Florida, they know I love them and they love me. You know, we just have a automatic bond. Yeah, please.
What do you think in Florida, especially in terms of seniors? Are you worried about any slippage there? Or do you think
No, I don't think we're going to have any slippage. I think we're going to have, look, my relationship to seniors. I happen to be a senior. I don't want to say that too loud in this group of people that are averaging about 20 years old. But I don't think we're going to have anything. I think if anything, we're going to do very well. I have seen, and we have seen, African Americans way up and Hispanic Americans way up. And people have seen that. And, you know, I've said with regard to African American, the black community, I've done more than any other president with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. And sometimes I say with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln, but let's give him a lot of credit, right? But I've done more than any other president in the history of this country for African American, the black community. And they understand it. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, historically black colleges and universities. You look at what we've done. Opportunity zones with Tim Scott of South Carolina, who's great. Nobody's done what I've done in terms of the African American community. So, and they see it. And they're tired of being used by the Democrats for 100 years. I mean, it's like been 100 years. So I think we're doing very well there, and I've heard we're doing very well with the Hispanic community.
Did you put any of your own money into your campaign?
What's it?
Did you put any of your own money into your campaign?
Well, you'll see that in the filings. But we had plenty of money, I will tell you. We had plenty of money. And what I didn't do is call up Wall Street and say, send me $25 million to the head of every firm. I could have done that. I would have been the all-time king of fundraising if I did that. But once you do that, you can no longer deal properly with them. You just can't. So I didn't do that. We could have done that. I could have raised much more money. I mean, Hillary Clinton spent much more money than I did. And in this case, when they raise that much money, that means to me they're making deals. And that can happen. So thank you very much. We'll maybe see you later. Have an exciting day. And for you, I just appreciate everything you've all done, and we'll see you soon, okay?
President Trump out there in Arlington, Virginia. That was from earlier today. You're taking a live look now from Philadelphia, the convention center, where they are counting those ballots. We'll take you out to another live look of a polling location. You can see in Ohio, that's in some young voters out there. Socially distanced, tape on the ground, making sure everyone is staying safe as they practice their right to vote. Again, this is a live look from Ohio. All of those voters out there still wearing their masks. Sounds like this is a story across the country. Every reporter we've talked to down on the grounds has said that it's gone pretty smoothly and everyone has been pretty open to staying safe and staying smart on this unprecedented election day. I'm Daytona Ivory. You're watching News Now from Fox. I've been taking you through all of today's coverage. We're going to kick off some other coverage tonight with when those results start rolling in. It looks like some of the first polls are going to be closing in just about 3 hours. So we are approaching that. We're going to give you all of the live developments here on News Now from Fox. But first, we were talking about coronavirus. I do want to give you that update coming out of New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio is out there updating everyone on how to stay safe on this election day, even though polls are going to be closing out there pretty soon too as well. Some of you are going out to a quick commercial break. When you come back, you will see that update coming from the mayor. For those of you who are sticking around, thank you for sticking around and stay with us here on News Now from Fox.
1.1 million New Yorkers voted in early voting. It's a triumph right there. It's a triumph for democracy. We could have that many or more voting here on Election Day. It's so important to get out and vote. No excuses. Get out and vote today if you have not voted already. Now, what have we been seeing so far since the polls opened at 6 a.m.? There are definitely a few problems, and we need those problems addressed by the Board of Elections. But overall, it has been going well. It's been going smoothly. We're seeing some long lines in some places, other places not so bad. Calm, organized, that's the good news. So a perfect environment for people to get out there and vote. Let's be clear. There's a very good chance we will not have clear results to the presidential election tonight or even tomorrow. This could go on for a while depending on how it plays out. But that's something we've seen before in this country's history, not even that long ago. And that's something we'll be ready for here in New York City, either way. So, if you have not yet voted, polls open till 9 p.m. If you are in line by 9 p.m., the poll site will stay open until that line is done, until you cast your vote. If you're not sure where to vote, go to voting.nyc to find your poll site location. Okay, now, if you have an absentee ballot and you've not yet sent it in, the best thing to do is to drop it off at a poll site, any poll site, or a Board of Elections office. You just have to drop it off. You don't need a stamp or anything. Now, if you're going to put it in the mail, here's the best advice. Actually go to a post office to make sure it gets postmarked today. That's the legal requirement. You don't want to put it in a post office, in a mailbox and find out it was not stamped with today's date on it and postmarked with today's date. So go to a post office. That is your best bet if you want to drop it off in the mail. Again, to everyone who has voted so far, 1.1 million New Yorkers, I am so proud of you. I am so thankful for you. Whoever you voted for, that's not the point. The point is you voted, you cared, you made an impact already. And this whole country, it's astounding now how many people have voted already, around 100 million votes cast already. That's stunning, and that's a good sign for our future. Now, want to make sure you get some additional observations from someone who has been leading our efforts to encourage people to vote, to make sure voting is a better experience, to make sure that people get translation services and support, to make sure people know where to vote. So much of this great work has been done under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Phil Thompson. So, Deputy Mayor, what are you seeing out there? What are your observations today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most poll sites opened on time, and as the mayor said, appear to be operating fine. There are some poll sites that open late. This is not acceptable. We reported these problems to the Board of Elections, and as the mayor has said earlier, we will be following up on ways to reform the Board of Elections post-Election Day, because New Yorkers deserve better. We're expecting a great turnout today. We're excited that so many New Yorkers have already voted, and we're expecting an orderly voting process as well. Nonetheless, we have hundreds of New York City Election Day observers throughout the 5 boroughs to monitor any instances of voter intimidation. Today is a day of celebration. So many New Yorkers have already turned out to vote. It's gratifying to see our unity in upholding our democracy. In this very building, 235 years ago, delegates to the Continental Congress met to map out the Constitution of the first democracy in the modern world. Our ancestors fought a civil war to extend democracy to all people in this country and to extend it into the economy as well. My parents' generation, including my father, joined the military to fight fascism in World War II and then came home to fight racial segregation, all the time fighting for democracy. Now is our turn to stand up for our democracy. We're privileged to have the right to vote in free and fair elections. Let's use our right so we don't lose our right. No matter what the outcome of the election today, we will continue to fight for justice, and we will win that fight by being united, determined, and peaceful, by adhering to democratic values. We will not win by imitating the shenanigans of the enemies of democracy. As my grandmother often said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Being in the right will make us victorious. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, your grandmother was right, Phil, and thank you very much. Obviously appreciate everything you and your team have done to make these elections work. And there's more work ahead, as we've talked about in recent days, to improve and reform our Board of Elections, and we'll have plenty to say on that in the days to come. But right now, let's talk about the situation after the polls close, because there's a lot of concern out there. I want everyone to know that we do not have a specific or credible threat of any kind of violence or unrest at this point. We'll be ready for any eventuality, but there's nothing specifically showing up at this moment that causes alarm. There are no major protests scheduled at this point. Look, here's the bottom line. Our job, representing all of you, is to make sure that everyone votes, everyone is heard, regardless of viewpoint, and to continue in that spirit in the days and weeks ahead, whatever the outcome, no matter how long it takes. We believe it's so important to respect all voices, to act in a manner that respects everything that we love about our democracy and our nonpartisan tradition of government. So every single agency of the city government will act in that nonpartisan manner, whatever the outcomes here. We are here to serve all New Yorkers, and that's every agency, whether it is here at City Hall or the NYPD or the Department of Education or you name it. We're all here for the same purpose, to serve everyone. Now, if there is going to be protest, as always, it needs to be peaceful. And peaceful protest will always be respected and facilitated. But we will not allow any violence. I want to be clear once again about this. And it's the responsibility of the government to step in if anyone intends to do violence or anyone commits an act of violence. But I also want to say to those who may choose to protest, how much you have important responsibility as well. As you see anyone suggesting violence or starting to act in a violent manner, move away from them, separate from them, report them. For so many of you who believe in change but believe in doing it in a peaceful manner, it is so important to set the right tone from the very beginning and not allow anyone to hijack your protests or create the wrong atmosphere. If people have something to say, let's hear it, but let's hear it in a peaceful manner. Let me say one more thing before turning to our daily indicators, because here we are at the end of a 4-year road. And I personally have been so moved over these years watching how the people of this city and all over the country have responded to an absolutely unprecedented challenge. Look, There have been times in the last 4 years where we've seen our democracy threatened, where we've seen overt injustice, we've seen overt racism, attacks on immigrants, you name it. It's all been very painful. And it could be cause for people to be depressed or overwhelmed. But what I've seen more and more over the years is people fighting back, people resisting, people saying, no, this is not what our city or our country are meant to be. We're going to do something different and better here. And I have to tell you, it has actually renewed my sense of the strength of our democracy, the sense of community that people have. I've seen this all over the 5 boroughs. I've seen this all over the country, that people care. And, you know, sometimes when you see the headlines, they can sound dire, but everyday people, it's extraordinary how compassionate the people of this city, the people of this country are, how engaged they are. You saw it these last days, 100 million people voting, and that's just unbelievable, and that gives me hope. So whatever's about to happen in the days ahead, I keep my faith in the people, and the people have really shown us something in recent days. The people are not giving up, and we should never, ever give up. Let's go to our indicators, and obviously the indicators are all about a challenge that we are facing together. And here's a good example, New Yorkers having banded together to fight the coronavirus with extraordinary success, and now we face a challenge, and we're not going to back down in the face of that challenge. We're going to push these numbers back down again. So let's go over them today. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. That threshold is 200 patients. Today's report, 83 patients with a confirmed positivity level of 31%. So the number of patients, again, staying in a range that we've generally been in recent weeks. That positivity level, a little higher than I'd like to see, obviously, so we're keeping a close eye on that. Number two, new reported cases on a 7-day average. The threshold is 550 cases. Now, we're over that today, and again, cause for concern, 605 cases. We are watching that very carefully. Some of that, again, is because of a lot more testing, but it's still cause for concern. Number three, most important, percentage of people testing citywide positive for COVID-19, threshold 5%. Okay, today's daily report is clearly aberrant. It's 0.38%. We've seen that from time to time when a surprisingly low number of test results have come in for the day. That can vary by day. That number will change and go upwards as more test results come in. But the truest number is always the 7-day rolling average number. This number, 1.59%, this is actually a little better than it's been in recent days. Not where we need to be ultimately, but a little bit better. So that's the most important news of the day, that a number that certainly says that there's some real hope that we can continue our progress. All right, let me finish on the topic of the elections in Spanish. Todos hemos esperado mucho por este día de elecciones. Nuestro voto es la mejor forma.
You're watching news now from Fox. This is a live picture of Joe Biden. He's been making his way across Pennsylvania today. You saw him a couple times stop by former restaurants. He's kind of hanging out around his neighborhoods that he's used to. Again, this is his home state of Pennsylvania. Both him and Kamala Harris out and about today, hitting the campaign trail hard on the final day. Polls are closing in just a couple of hours, so they're trying to get those last-minute voters who are undecided to vote them. In just a few minutes here on News Now from Fox, we are going to take you out to a live report in Nevada. We're following a couple of different live pictures. I want to tune in here and listen in and see if we can hear what they're talking about down there in Pennsylvania. This is in Wilmington, Delaware. He made his way back. Let's listen in. Again, that was Wilmington, Delaware right there.
Well,
As
by and large, the story here at FedEx.
As Joe Biden obviously makes his way across a couple states today, ahead of all these polls closing up here on Election Day, I want to take you out to some coverage of our very own Craig Patrick. He spoke with John Kennedy. A difficult get right there, but definitely an interesting interview. Let's listen into that.
Joining us.
Happy to be with you, Craig. Thank you.
Your race in 2004 was very, very close. What does your gut tell you? Will this election tonight be closer than your race in 2004, or will it be more decisive?
Well, Craig, one thing I've learned is it's pretty tough to prognosticate. Florida is going to be critical, needless to say, and Florida is an early reporting state. So Florida is going to be a very important bellwether for where the evening is going. So that'll be the early indicator. What I hope people will focus on in these last hours is not this hypothetical what happens, who happens. People still have the opportunity to go out and make the difference, and people can vote. And if you're in that line at 7 o'clock in the evening, you're going to be able to vote no matter how long the line is.
People on both sides are very anxious, very nervous. They'll be waiting for the returns. What is the likelihood and the normalcy that they will be waiting beyond tonight, perhaps for a couple of additional days?
I'm hoping not. I can't tell you that it's, I can't give you a percentage on the likelihood. It's up to the voters. If President Trump wins Florida and does well in North Carolina and elsewhere, then this is going to come down to Pennsylvania probably, and probably to a legal challenge. I don't think that helps America, frankly. I think that will be very, very difficult. We all remember what happened in Bush v. Gore in Florida and months of not knowing who our president was.
John Kerry, sir, thanks for joining us.
Happy to be with you, Craig. Thank you.
Your race in 2004 was very, very close. What does your gut tell you? Will this election tonight be closer than your race in 2004?
All right, you're watching news now from Fox. We have live coverage for you all day today. I've been taking you through all the dayside coverage. Again, that was John Kerry speaking with our sister station. That was Craig Patrick. He is amazing and has definitely contributed to our political analysis through this whole campaign season. So great stuff right there. I'm going to take you to a couple different live looks that we have. We've shown you this is Green Bay, Wisconsin, where campaign events have been going on through the past couple of weeks. News Now election coverage is underway, and polling stations are still open as of right now. We are just a couple of hours out from Indiana and Kentucky. Their polling locations will close at 6 p.m. 7 p.m. is when Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Kansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Nevada, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, and Wyoming. All of their polling stations are going to close down. Of course, those are all local times for them. It is about 2 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we have full coverage for you here on Everything Election Day, and it is going to be a very interesting one. I'm Daytona Everett, and Andrew Kraft and Mike Page are going to be taking over a little bit later tonight, talking about those results that should be rolling in tonight. But first, I want to send it out to Nevada. We have Fox's Rob Sherman, who is out there. Rob, we've spoke to several of your colleagues today, and they're all talking about voter turnout. So what does voter turnout look like in Nevada?
Well, this morning, this is over here in Henderson, Nevada, which is about 20 minutes outside of Las Vegas. And this morning, this is one of the local high schools. We saw a line that started from the far corner of the building and wrapped all the way around to the front side here. Big numbers here before the polls opened at 7 o'clock local time. Since then, we've seen that those numbers have significantly subsided, and now there's only maybe about a dozen or so people who are still waiting outside of the polling locations looking to get in. So we did see strong voter turnout this morning, but talking to some of the leaders here at this polling location, they weren't sure what to expect. They didn't know that. I mean, they've seen Strong turnout sustained throughout the day, and they've seen it subside towards the afternoon. So right now things a lot slower here in Nevada, which is a swing state which hasn't gotten as much attention as some of the other big ones, such as Pennsylvania and Florida and Ohio. Both candidates were out here in Nevada earlier in the month, but with 6 electoral votes, there are definitely a couple of others that are more pearly prizes, shall we say, that are on the docket. But still, both candidates feeling bullish about their prospects here in Nevada. With 6 electoral votes, each presidential election here in this state has gone the way of the Democrats since 2004. 2004 was the last time that a Republican won it, which was George W. Bush by just about 2.5 percentage points. But since then, Barack Obama carried it twice. Hillary Clinton, one of the few swing states that ended up going into the blue column, was Nevada in 2016 by just about 27,000 votes. So still a tight state, still a toss-up. We'll see what happens tonight.
And Robert, I've been asking all the reporters down on the ground in Florida and Arizona. They say everything has been going pretty smoothly out there. We're, of course, in the middle of a pandemic. So what's it been looking like out there in Henderson, Nevada?
So far, we really haven't seen any issues here. And, you know, to put into context for viewers, Henderson is in Clark County, which is the most populous county in the whole state of Nevada. It's where Las Vegas is, making up over 70% of the state's population. So the majority of votes are going to be coming out of this area. So far, we haven't heard anything from election officials as to any concerns that they've been having so far. At this point, things do appear to be running smoothly, and we have not heard any red flags raised at this time. But the election begins and it ends in Nevada here in Clark County. And we've seen in past elections, with the exception of a couple of areas such as Washoe County up in northwestern Nevada, which is where Reno is, Democrats can get by with winning the entire state of Nevada just by doing well here in Clark County. The last time that when George W. Bush won this area, it was just he did end up losing Clark County, but was only by a couple of percentage points. The margins were significantly larger in 2016, so we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on this area throughout the night in order to know how Nevada will turn this election.
All right, Fox's Robert Sherman out there in Henderson, Nevada. Thank you so much for that great information, Robert. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And again, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was Robert Sherman. We've been talking to reporters all across the country, and we'll continue to talk to them as these votes continue to roll in. So I'm watching one of our feeds, and it looks like Joe Biden was out and about at one of the gyms in Wilmington, Delaware. So he was born in Pennsylvania, but he calls Delaware home. So that's good to note right there. When that pops back up, we will bring that to you here on News Now from Fox. Again, lots of live feeds going in and out. Both Biden and Harris have been out and about today for really quick, sporadic appearances, trying to get the vote out there, or get the message to vote out there, even though things are starting to close down pretty quickly here. We'll take you back out to this shot of Green Bay, Wisconsin, where voters have been out and about all day today. It has been a steady flow of voters coming in with their masks on. We got the plexiglass up there by the stations. Of course, a busy day here on News Now from Fox, and it is not ending anytime soon. We have several other live events that are coming up as those votes continue to be voted. All right, one of the big stories of today was President Trump on Fox and Friends this morning. We're going to play that out really quickly for you as we monitor these other live feeds that are coming in. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox.
And welcome back, and welcome to Election Day.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope Dan is going to be okay. And Dan is a great guy. Dan is a great guy.
Yeah, he's going through some very important treatment, and I know he's going to pull through.
He'll be
Mr.
tough.
President,
He's so tough. He'll beat it.
Absolutely. When you spar for a living in a octagon to relax, You are a tough guy. Meanwhile, let's talk about you. You finish up in Michigan, a state that you won last time by just a few thousand votes. So you know every vote matters. How do you feel today in 2020 on Election Day as opposed to 2016?
Well, we feel very good. We have crowds that nobody's ever had before. I can say that. I think you can agree. It's been incredible. The crowds have been incredible, and you know nobody's ever had it before. And so I think that translates into a lot of votes, and we're going to see very soon. But we're getting very good response. You know, we're getting a very early response to see, and I think we're doing incredible in Florida. I think we're doing, and you were just talking about the vote, the African American vote, et cetera. I think we're doing really well with African American vote. I think we're doing very, very well with the Hispanic vote, and it's been, you know, it's been a great run, but it's been a great 3 weeks, incredible 3 weeks. I think since the debate, you know, the second debate was very good, and I was also interviewed by Savannah Guthrie. And that was, I think, a very good, I mean, I wouldn't say she was exactly nice to me, but a lot of people watched it. A lot of people. It was a special, or I guess they would call it a town hall. It didn't feel like a town to me. But it was a very good debate, or interview, I guess people say.
Right.
But the debate, the second debate in particular, I think was something that worked out very well. And then we did you know, we got back. We're lucky we got it back because for a period of time we did not think we were going to get these big rallies back, and we got them back, and they were amazing. I mean, they were amazing, and you add it all together, and I think we really took off.
Well, Mr. President, it is great to have you on the show. I'm sure you only got about 15 minutes worth of sleep last night, so thanks for calling in. Right now,
this has been a very special show for me. I've liked it from day one. We've had a great relationship, and then you have a great show. So it's my honor.
Well, thank you very much. And we are honored because you selected our show to be the first TV interview you did as president. So it's great that you would join us today as well. You know, I know that the Trump team has worked the last 4 years in the RNC to build a network of people who you registered and who could get out the vote, especially for today. And so it all comes down to that. But for the person who is undecided on this Election Day morning, and let's say they're trying to decide between you and Joe Biden, but they've had a rough year. You know, the pandemic has been tough on everybody. Maybe somebody in their family has lost a job. Maybe they're worried about their health care. What do you say to that person to say, go, give me another 4 years. Let's not switch horses right now?
Well, it's, you know, become pretty standard. We've built the greatest economy in the world. It was horribly interrupted by something that should have never happened. Came in from China, the plague from China, horrible situation. And we had to shut it down, and we had to learn about it. We had to shut it down, and we did the right thing. We saved 2 million people. We saved a lot of people. You know, the original motto was 2.2 million people. And so if you use that model, that was a main model. You use that model, we saved 2 million people, and now we're building it back up again. And we had the best economy. We had the best. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. And now what happens is we build it up again, and we are doing it at a record clip. You saw the 33.1 on Thursday. That's the biggest number we've ever had, GDP. And we're on a shape to build this up to a level that nobody's ever seen anything like it. I really think that we're going to end up with an economy that will be better than last year. And last year was a record. Last year was the best economy we've had. So we have a chance to build something that will be fantastic. Now, in addition to that, we are doing very well. And I say rounding the corner. Some people don't like that phrase, but I use that phrase. We're coming out with vaccines, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. We have many companies. We have 3 main companies, but we have many companies coming out with them. They're going to be activated very quickly, distributed and activated very quickly. And that will be that. It's going to be, we will, tame originally, but ultimately get rid of the China plague. You see what's happening in Europe. It's a terrible thing. It's a very terrible thing. This is a horrible disease. We have learned about it. It affects the elderly. I tell the story about Barron Trump. He had it for about 2 seconds. You know, it just went through him and just, it's gone. And the immune system on children, that's why you got to get the children back to work, children back to school. You have to get the people. They have to go to work. We have to open up our states, and that'll happen. And I think now, politically, that will happen because you have the date, and politically, it will happen. But we have a very interesting. I mean, today's going to be a very interesting day. It'll be a day that I had this day once before, and it worked out very well. And this day is going to be something that's going to be very important and very, very special, I think.
Well, Mr. President, you've got Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They're crisscrossing Pennsylvania. They're going back out there. I don't know if that means they're worried. I want to get your take on that. And also, what are your plans today? Because I know you said yesterday, we've got a lot of big surprises today. What are those surprises?
So I'm doing a big series of phone calls and to some really good people. You're the first one, by the way. But I'm doing a big series of calls. And in doing the calls, I'm going to be talking to some people that really, that have been very important, both to me important, some very important calls and some people that have been very loyal to me over the years. I like those people too. Even if they reach about 15 people, that's okay with me. And
you mean
I'm
media
also going to
interviews?
probably go over to Virginia. We have a headquarters in Virginia just to say thank you to all of the people. And that would be probably around 10:30 or so. I noticed that Biden went out, and I think he's campaigning a little because he's worried. We've seen tremendous swing changes. We've seen, actually, in the last 3 days, this reminds me, I hope it reminds me of 4 years ago. Tremendous changes have taken place over the last week. Tremendous. And
like what?
We think we're winning Texas very big. We think we're winning Florida very big. We think we're winning Arizona very big. I think we're going to do very well in North Carolina. I think we're going to do very well in Pennsylvania. We think we're doing very well everywhere. And it's more than thinking. We're seeing trends.
Right.
And so you can tell this isn't just like taking a poll. This is based on trends. And we think we're doing very well in states. A lot of states, really. A lot of states.
You're watching news now from Fox. That was President Trump this morning on Fox and Friends talking about how he thinks he's going to do very well this election. A lot of those battleground states he thinks he is secure in and will have success in. He also mentioned Virginia very briefly right there, which we have a update coming out of Virginia as we speak right now. So we'll listen into that. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching news now from Fox.
The question was regarding curbside voting and a potential issue with, I guess, a polling place requiring voters to get out of the car. I haven't heard anything about that directly, but certainly if that's an issue somewhere, we will look into it. A curbside voter is offered the opportunity to cast their vote curbside.
From their car?
Yeah, from their car, yes.
I have one quick follow-up. Can I do that?
Sure.
Sorry if you've already addressed it, but do you have any numbers or data or any indication at this point of the actual in-person turnout today?
Anything that we would have would be anecdotal, so we don't track that at the state level.
Thank you.
The Freelance Star is reporting that Kanye West is still on ballots in Caroline County. What's your comment on that? And is that happening? What's going to happen to votes where? What does that mean? If he's on the ballot and he's not supposed to be, and is that happening in more than one location?
So the question was about Kanye West appearing on the ballot in Caroline County. So the court order from back in September was that if ballots had already been printed with the candidate's name on them, they were not required to be destroyed. So some, at least in Caroline and one other locality that I'm aware of, Mr. West's name is still appearing on the ballot. Essentially, you talk to the locality about how exactly they're going to report that.
We're just going to break in really quick in this press conference coming out of Virginia. Joe Biden is speaking in Delaware. Let's listen to that right now.
As you guys know, have had to cover me for a long time. I haven't changed what I've been saying since the day I announced. And the day I announced, everybody thought that I was way off base. And by the way, I don't mean that as I'm not being critical of anybody else. I'm just saying that I believe very, very strongly, I really mean it, that we have to restore decency and honor in our system, or it's going to fall apart. Secondly, I believe extremely strongly, and I know you've all watched it from the very beginning, that we have to rebuild the middle class. We have to give ordinary people a fighting chance. They can do anything when you give them a chance. And thirdly, we have to unite the country. Well, all three of those things were viewed as either too much of a reach or not a reach enough. And I haven't changed my view. And so, you know, this is, for example, I didn't realize this was here. The Reverend Herring, who was one of the 5 major leaders in the black community when I got started in Wilmington, back when I was a kid, when I started off as a lifeguard. My good luck charm is always go back to where I started every election I go by. So we're going to go back by Price's Run swimming pool, and it was you know, the leadership in the community from here, from Riverside all the way up to Price's Run on the east side was overwhelmingly African American, but it all was in the black church. The black church was the heart and soul of the entire movement for people here, and so it's and when I started off as a kid getting involved, I had a job at a nice country club kind of pool as a lifeguard. I wanted to work on the east side because I knew I played ball with a lot of great black athletes, but I knew, you know, I didn't know them. I mean, we knew each other. We were friends, but I didn't know them, and it was a great education. It was like the Green Mile, you know, you see the movie? Well, it's like that. You know, you begin to, when you realize that the people I've known for a long time, that, you know, they lived in the middle of a city and a county that was white, and they didn't know anybody. I mean, they knew, but they didn't know anybody. And it was a real education for me. I'm not being melodramatic. I mean, it really was. And I think I've told a couple of you, the guys who, and there were men, there were all the lifeguards at that time, the guys who got the jobs were usually the relatively well-known athletes who they hired. And, you know, there were people, all the 13 lifeguards I worked with, all of them became really successful in their lives. And, but it was interesting that we'd sit and talk, and they'd ask me questions that stunned me. They would ask, like, I think I've told you before, you know, Jamie asked me, do you have a jerry can, meaning a 5-gallon can for gasoline? I said, no, what the hell do you need a jerry can for? I'm going to go see my grandmother. I said, what's she needed for her? Oil burn or something? He said, no, she lives in North Carolina. I can't stop at any gas stations. We can't stop. Got to have my, I mean, things like that that were sort of eye-opening for me.
Do you think things are better now or worse?
Well, I think they're better now. I know they're better now. And you see things happening here that are changing the way in which people interact. There's a lot more. I got involved running for the county council because I thought it was unfair that there was redlining in the county. People weren't able to move. That's changed a lot. And so the whole range of things have changed, but there's still a great need. But what's happening is that there's people who are in a position that they're getting engaged now, and it's mainly, like I said, when you had guys like Reverend Herring, I'd go to Mass and then go down and sit in his church, and we'd plan about what we're going to do. We're going to desegregate a movie theater. We're going to march for something. I mean, and by the way, I'm not making myself out to be something special. It was just a lot of folks my age got engaged, and that's how I got engaged.
What do you know about America, or what do you think about America that you didn't know in 1972 or 1988 or 2008? I mean, just looking back over the course of your career and the moment you're at right now.
Well, I mean, there's a whole lot. Hopefully, with age comes a little bit of wisdom. What I know is that hadn't changed is my absolute belief in the American people. You give them an even shot, they can do anything. I mean, they really can.
What do you think if President Trump claims victory tonight and it's not clear that he won? What's your plan for that? Via tweet or otherwise? Because we know, based on our reporting at Axios, that that's what he plans to do.
Well, look, like I said, you've heard me use the line today several times. Presidents can't determine what votes counted and not counted. And, voters determine who's president. This isn't going to, no matter what he does, no matter what he says, the votes are going to be counted.
Do you feel a responsibility to respond, though, or say something?
No, I don't. I mean, look, it depends on what he says and how he says it. But, I don't feel a responsibility to respond. And by the way, as you've seen some of the articles written, I mean, this talk about there being disruptions and things like that, I mean, he's embarrassing Republicans. Republicans are walking away from him. I mean, but look, like I said, I'm superstitious about predicting what an outcome is going to be until it happens. That's sort of who I am, how I've always run. And, but I'm hopeful. That's all right.
Thanks, guys. We gotta go. Thank you. Early return. What are you hearing today?
Well, what I'm hearing is that there's overwhelming turnout. And overwhelming turnout, particularly of young people, of women, and there's an overwhelming turnout among African Americans, for example, in Georgia and Florida over the age of 65. So, I mean, the things that are happening bode well for the base that has been supporting it. But we'll see. We'll see.
Thank you guys. I feel positive that you are on the path to winning.
Well, I don't know. We don't know how this is going to come in. For example, if Florida came in by 1, it's over. Done. If Florida doesn't come in and, what happens is the early votes occur in some other states, I think we're going to do well we're going to reestablish that blue wall. I feel good about that. We'll see but it's just so uncertain. Look, you can't think of an election in the recent past where so many states are up for grabs. The idea, I'm in play in Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. I mean, come on. I mean, Texas? I don't.
Does Ohio still win, given the tradition of presidential nominees going on to win the presidency because of their win in Ohio?
Well, but, there's also been other traditions. They haven't been able to win unless they won Pennsylvania. There's all kinds of traditions. The only thing you know is traditions are made to be broken. There's just so much in play right now, and there's such overwhelming vote out there. We'll see. And if there's something to talk about tonight, I'll talk about it. If not, I'll wait till the votes are counted the next day.
Great,
okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, the former vice president there, Joe Biden, speaking outside in Wilmington, Delaware. He stopped at the Warehouse. It's a community center. It's devoted to engaging local teens there in Wilmington, Delaware. He made those brief remarks talking about his childhood, talking about people he talked to growing up, running for office, about the racial injustice that they've experienced, and said, it's been changing since a lot of the unrest that's been happening this summer. He said more people are engaged this time around. He said It's just one of his election habits to go back to where he came from before an election. We saw him earlier there visiting his childhood home in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He was also commenting on the outcome tonight. He said all the votes were counted. We shouldn't be worried about if President Trump sows doubt in that. He's superstitious, about predicting outcomes. So you heard from the former vice president there in Wilmington, Delaware. We'll be bringing you any comments made by President Trump, former Vice President Biden, Senator Harris, and Vice President Mike Pence throughout the day, just a couple hours before the first polls are closing on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft, digital journalist with News Now from Fox. We have a fun thing to show you right now. As you know, Kanye West was running for president as well this summer. He announced his candidacy. Not many people were taking him seriously. The rapper said he's never voted in an election before. And we have a tweet from him right now from earlier. We just want to pull that up for you right now. In the meantime, we want to take a live look at some of these polling locations and ballot counting locations. There's that one in Philadelphia, which is not too far from Wilmington, Delaware, where the former vice president was just a couple minutes ago. And we have this up for you just in just a minute here. Ballots already being counted in the city of brotherly love there. All right, in the meantime there, we are going to go out to one of our reporters in Houston, Texas. Randy Wallace from Fox 26 is here right now. And Randy, what can you tell us about things going on?
We're here at the we're here at what's known as the West Gray Multipurpose Center. It's a very popular place to vote here. Now, the kind of unusual thing is there's absolutely no line whatsoever to actually vote, but what we are seeing here is there's a lot of folks, a lot of Biden supporters, and at one time, President Trump supporters as well. They're on opposite sides of the street, and they're kind of yelling back and forth. Now, this has been completely peaceful. A few hours ago, there was a little tension here, and Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo was out here to kind of make sure everybody was, acting right and there were no problems. No one was arrested. There wasn't any kind of violence in any way at all. An interesting thing too is when we first got out here, it was like 2-1 as far as the Biden supporters outnumbered the President Trump supporters 2-1. Now we're noticing that there's fewer and fewer Trump supporters, and some of the Biden supporters have gone to the opposite side of the street where the Trump supporters were. So right now you basically have Biden supporters on both sides of the street, and there's a lot of honking and yelling. But again, it's very peaceful. Probably the most interesting thing when it comes to Texas about this presidential election is Texas has not voted has not voted for a Democrat president since 1976. Jimmy Carter. So it's going to be real interesting to see if Texas actually has sort of an impact on this race by becoming Democrat as opposed to Republican. Back to you.
And Randy, just to follow up with you, can you kind of tell us about the specifics and the demographics of Harris County in particular? Is the Houston metropolitan area something to watch when we're looking at Texas tonight? As you mentioned, it hasn't gone blue since Carter in '76. But what are these specific counties in Texas we should be watching?
Probably all of them. Harris County has traditionally been Democrat. Montgomery County is pretty much Republican. Fort Bend County, the same thing. So the thought is that you're going to see a lot of the surrounding counties near Harris County also possibly going Democrat.
And Randy, just lastly, can we talk about the lawsuits that have been going on in Harris County as far as curbside voting? Can you talk to some of our viewers about that? There's been a battle going on in the last few days about curbside voting there.
Right. Here in Harris County, we've done some historic things. One was 24-hour voting. We had last Thursday all night long into Friday at 7 p.m., we had 24-hour voting. We also had several places where you could drive through, a drive-through ballot. Now, the Republicans decided that they were going to fight that in court. Now, the Democrats basically won. That the federal judge ruled that it was constitutional to have drive-through voting. At one point, the Republicans were asking that something like 187,000 votes that were done by drive-through voting, that all of those not be counted. Well, the federal judge ruled that they should indeed be counted. Now, as far as today, there's only one actual drive-through voting place, and the county clerk here is basically telling folks that to try to avoid that, because they don't want anything to happen to where the drive-through votes that are done today could end up not being counted. And again, there's only one drive-through location at this point, but they're kind of telling people to stay away from it if you can. Don't do the drive-through ballot today.
All right, Fox 26's Randy Wallace there outside the polling location in Houston, Texas. Randy, thanks so much.
You're quite welcome.
All right, well, you just heard from a live report there in Houston, Texas, where obviously they are deploying a creative way for people who can go vote in the pandemic. Obviously, curbside voting, drive-in voting is a novel approach to those who may be susceptible to the coronavirus, who may be older and disabled, who cannot go into a polling location or choose not to. So there was Randy there describing that interesting lawsuit in Harris County, Texas. We'll be watching the Houston metropolitan area tonight to see what happens. In the meantime, we want to go out to a live look at some of these polling locations for you, where polls are just going to be closing in a matter of hours. See people voting there. Also, you saw in Randy's shot there in Houston, Texas, a lot of supporters of both the president and Joe Biden standing outside that polling location. Remember, many polling locations have parameters and footage. You can stand outside of them. You can't stand too close. I believe it's 100 feet away from them. It's illegal to stand anything less than that as a cause of voter intimidation. In the meantime, we want to kind of take a break from all of this politics. We are getting some live pictures right now in what looks like some type of police chase. I know everyone on News Now appreciates police chases. They're entertaining to watch. I have very little information on this at the moment of where this is coming from. We'll keep an eye on it for now until we get some more information. But as you know, everyone on News Now from Fox likes to watch these police chases, so we'll bring you that in a minute. I want to take a quick commercial break. Some of you will see this, some of you will not. It'll be about 2 minutes long. Stick with us here for all election coverage on News Now from Fox. right, while we follow this, we were just learning that there was a police chase for an armed robbery suspect in Miami, but we want to switch gears and keep it all things politics here on News Now from Fox. Here's Senator Kamala Harris speaking from earlier this morning.
In those final days, to look at the fact that we're in a pandemic that has infected 9 million people who, thank God, have lived. But God only knows with what kind of long-term health consequences. And we have in our hands an option to elect a president in Joe Biden who understands, sadly more than most, what it means to go through being in a hospital with somebody, losing someone you love, understanding the dignity of life, the dignity of love, and the importance of caring for all human beings. We have in our hands and in our power the choice of electing a president who, in the midst of a mass casualty event of a proportion similar to World War II, who will lead with a sense of compassion and care. In Joe Biden, somebody who says, look, yes, President Obama and I pushed through the Affordable Care Act that brought health care to over 20 million people. Let's build on that, not take it away. Joe Biden who says we need to continue protecting people with pre-existing conditions. Clap or honk if you know somebody who has diabetes, blood pressure, or a breast cancer survivor. Or taking care of COVID patients every day. And taking care of COVID patients every day. And so Joe understands that. And he says we got to extend it. We have to bring down the cost of drug prices, bring down the cost of premiums. We should bring eligibility for Medicare down to age 60. Joe says, I understand that when we're talking about health care, the body doesn't just start from the neck down, it includes the neck up. And that's called mental health care. The choice we have right now is in our hands. The power is with us, the people. Think about this economic crisis. It has hit Michigan so hard. Gary and Debbie, Brenda, they talk to me about it all the time. When we're looking at, in America, over 30 million people filed for unemployment in just the last several months. When we're looking at folks standing and parked in food lines, 1 in 5 mothers describing their children under the age of 12 as being hungry. So many people, I think the number is like 1 in 6, who are describing not being able to pay rent last month or concerned they can't pay it next month. And Joe understands this, right? Joe understands that you don't deal with America's economy by doing what these other guys did, which is passing a tax bill that benefits the top 1% and the biggest corporations in America. When Joe is asked, how is the economy doing, you know what Joe says? He says, well, tell me, how are working people doing? How are working families doing? That's why Joe says we're not passing any taxes on anybody making less than $400,000 a year. Joe says we're going to bring down middle class taxes. Joe says we're going to pass a legislation and put in place rules and laws that say that working families shouldn't pay more than 7% of their income in child care. That we're going to have a tax credit of $15,000 for first-time home buyers, understanding how that can help with down payment and closing costs to buy a home. Because Joe cares about building up the middle class. He understands the way to do that is you fight for and protect good union, good paying jobs. And it's so good to be in the House of Labor. We have a choice in front of us, and the power is in our hands. Think about the long overdue reckoning on racial injustice in America. And Joe, being a student of American history, has the courage to speak the phrase, Black Lives Matter. You know, it may be difficult to think about or speak of or hear, but we have to confront the truth of things. We need to deal with racial disparities, yes, in our criminal justice system, and do that by a number of things, including decriminalize marijuana and expunge the records of people who have been convicted of marijuana offenses. Let's get rid of cash bail.
Just for polling places.
Steve Hudak from the Sentinel. This is for Dr. Pino. We've often talked about how the pandemic is a regional thing. And I noticed that the numbers in Osceola County seem to be creeping up a little bit above the 6% figure. How concerned should we be about that? And how concerned should we be about increases in other counties around us?
So I was in the call last Friday. Our mayor has a call with regional leaders often. Yes, I mean, we are one region. People work in Orange County and sleep in other places, and live in other places and play. It is concerning. For the first time, I really, during the call on Fridays, that I really realized that some of our neighbors are, seeing an increase in the number of cases. So that's why we are looking at hospitalization data and looking at ER visits to see if we were exploring to see if we were missing anything. Doesn't seem to be the case, but we are one region. We are in constant communication with our colleagues and other health directors around the region, and assisting and providing the help that we need if requested. And we hope that those numbers decline.
This next question was texted in, probably geared towards OCPS, and Bill Cowles from Sierra Putnam. Her first question reads, was there a discussion about not using schools this year as a polling location given the pandemic and the fact that this is a contentious election? What additional security, other safety measures are going into place to protect students?
Well, again, the discussion is always there to try not to use the schools, but then in the end, when we need to use schools, and the pandemic is another part of the layer that
All right, thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we have a lot of political reporters across the country that we're going to be talking to you throughout the day, especially in those battleground states. And we want to take you out now to Wisconsin, where Fox's own Stephanie Bennett is there in Green Bay. Stephanie, what can you tell us that's going on right there? Have you talked to voters? Have you been crunching numbers? How's it going there?
Hey, Andrew, it's going well so far. I was here bright and early around 6:30 for the polls to open at 7 a.m. There was a line wrapped around. I kind of got a cool polling location right here. You could probably see behind me. This is the Johnsonville Tailgate Village, which is at Field here in Green Bay. So everybody's coming out with those Packers outfits, and one of the cool things is you can get a I voted sticker with the Packers logo on it. So yeah, the line was out the door, but it quickly went down. It's been pretty quiet, or it's been kind of going pretty steadily throughout the day. No long lines after that first hour. Poll workers tell me they expect that the lines will start to pick up a little bit. The flow of traffic's going to start coming in any moment now into this evening. Polls are going to be closing around 8 p.m. tonight. Now, the mayor of Green Bay did tell me don't expect to see any results when the polls close at 8 tonight. Maybe later this evening into the night and possibly even into tomorrow morning. New this year, they're using a brand new tabulating machine. They did test it out back in October, I believe, and it worked then. They've been using it this morning, but they do have some of their older equipment just in case as a backup. But yeah, we might not be seeing results anytime soon, probably later this night into tonight into tomorrow morning. Andrew?
Now, Stephanie, as you know, Wisconsin went to Donald Trump in 2016. The Trump campaign is looking for another victory there, and Biden and his team are looking to pick that back up. They won it in 2008 and 2012. Have you talked to voters, and are they abiding by coronavirus restrictions? Are they wearing masks? And kind of what's the feel there on the ground? Do you sense that, talk to more Biden or Trump supporters? What can you tell us?
It seems to be a pretty even split. There's a lot of different, Trump and Biden signs around town. Just some stats for you. Donald Trump has been to Wisconsin 8 times compared to Joe Biden, who has been here about 2 times. Both of them made a stop here last Friday here in Green Bay and also down in Milwaukee. Now, people I noticed today are wearing masks. I think it's a requirement to get into the polling location today. Inside, you'll also see a lot of plexiglass. There's hand sanitizing stations everywhere. Poll workers are busy going booth to booth, spraying and wiping down those booths to make sure everybody does stay safe, because the coronavirus is really high here right now. Last stats I remember from the weekend was up to nearly 5,000 cases a day here in Wisconsin. So it's definitely something that's on everybody's mind.
And Stephanie, I was just kind of curious, as far as tabulating votes, does Wisconsin have any special rules? Can they be counted past Election Day? Does Wisconsin have early voting, for example? Can you kind of tell us about the particulars of voting there in the Badger State?
Yeah, of course. Now, they had about 1.9 million votes were cast as part of that early voting. Now, that's about half of the overall votes. Early voting did end on Saturday, and something that's unique to Wisconsin is they're not allowed to start counting the ballots until Election Day itself. So they were busy counting those starting this morning compared to places like Arizona, where you have a little bit more time. They've been working for about 2 weeks, I believe, to count those ballots. But here in Wisconsin, they had to leave it up to the day of today. Also, something that's interesting is they vote by municipality here in Wisconsin, not by county. So hopefully that benefits them a little bit, having a smaller amount of ballots to sift through tonight.
All right, Fox's Stephanie Bennett in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We're usually used to seeing you out here in the Southwest in Phoenix, Arizona. So we'll be coming probably back to you a little later in the night as well with some more updates out of the Badger State. Stephanie, thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, and we want to thank everyone for watching right now. We have started our election coverage. It's about almost 3 p.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5 p.m. there on the East Coast. Polls will be closing in about a little over an hour's time in states across the country on the East Coast, for example. We want to take you out now to some of the polling locations we're just having some live shots from, and you can see that people are voting. People are getting out there. As we know, already 100 million people have voted early. And we've been seeing on social media and elsewhere that People are reporting, moderate to low lines at some of these polling locations across the country, possibly as a indication that so many people have already voted. As I said, 100 million people have already voted early. I want to take you out to some more live looks now. As we get into our coverage, there is the executive residence, the White House. It all comes down to that. Tonight, will President Trump garner 4 more years for a second term, or will we see a Biden administration after votes are all counted? That is the main prize you're looking at right there, almost 5 p.m. there Eastern in the nation's capital. And in the meantime, we want to play out some of these events from earlier that we've been showing you. And we played you President Trump visiting his campaign headquarters in Arlington, Virginia from earlier. Let's listen to Biden. He was in Scranton, Pennsylvania, addressing his supporters by bullhorn after he visited his childhood home.
By the way, you have no idea how, that old expression, when my dad lived up there and we had to move, when things kind of fell apart in terms of jobs. But I had my great-grandfather, Edward Francis Blewett, was the first Irish Catholic elected to the state senate in the state of Pennsylvania from Scranton, 1907. And, it's a long, long history, but it's good to be home. And one of the things, I know everybody says, why do you keep calling it home? Well, I left here when I was going in the 4th grade, but I came home almost all summers, every summer. When I got married to my deceased wife, my wedding party was 7 people, 5 of my friends from Scranton that I grew up with. So, that's what I learned, like you did, all my basic values. I learned at my grandpa's table at 2446 North Washington Avenue that money does not determine your wealth. I learned that it wasn't anything you couldn't do if you set your mind to it. I learned that the basic responsibility everybody had was just to look out, just look for the other guy, look out what's going on, be aware what's going on. And so, they're all my dad used to have an expression when we left Scranton, moved down to Delaware. He said, Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about who you are. It's about being able to look at your eye and say, hey, it's going to be okay. Well, guess what? A lot of people can't say that now. A lot of people can't look at the kids in the eye and say it's going to be okay. I ran for 3 reasons. I'm going to stop, not keep you out here. Number one, I said when I announced I wanted to restore the soul of the country. What I meant wasn't being melodramatic. All I meant was restore basic decency and honor to the White House. When I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carrying those torches, those rides coming to the wall, saying folks, turning constant fire, talking about how in fact this country was so bad with prejudice in the country. That's when I decided I had to run. That's when my granddaughter and the other 3 of them came to see me. After that happened, they knew I was going to say, Pop, you got to run. We know it's going to be ugly. Because their whole life they've either had a father who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, or a grandpa who was a senator or a vice president. And that's why we ran. The second reason we ran is we got to restore the backbone of the country. You all know it. The middle class built this country. Wall Street didn't build it. The middle class built it. And unions built the middle class. And they're getting clobbered right now. They're getting clobbered. The third reason I'm running is what I want to talk upbeat about today, and that is uniting this country. We have to unite this country. We can do it. I think the country's ready. But I basically came to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Joe! Thank you, Joe! No sacrifice. greatest honor in my life. Greatest honor in my life. I'm sure the mayor and Bobby feel the same way about the service. You know, it's a great honor. So I want to thank you all, and I'm not. I know you're out canvassing. Knock on 3,000 to 4,000 doors, but no problem. No, I'm on shit. Thank you much for your honor.
There was former Vice President Joe Biden there speaking to supporters in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where earlier this morning he visited his childhood home. He even wrote on the wall, on the white wall with Sharpie marker, the Biden family does not live there anymore. Someone else does. So that's one of his election traditions where he writes a message on the white wall at his childhood home before every election he runs in. So I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for tuning in to News Now. We wanted to bring you another story that we've been following. As you know, the rapper Kanye West announced his candidacy in early summer, and a lot of people were worried that, you know, the rapper would carve into the black vote, and some didn't even take his candidacy seriously. But he tweeted earlier today saying that this is the first vote of my life. We are here to serve. We pray for every servant leader in the world, with a picture of his ballot where he wrote himself in, as well as his running mate, Michelle Tidball. A fun fact for those watching News Now: I covered the Kanye West campaign very briefly this year. They were notoriously silent to reporters, but as you can see, there's Kanye West's ballot. I believe he was voting in Cody, Wyoming, where he has his ranch. So interesting side story there out of the world of entertainment and politics colliding. Also, we want to bring you just some more live coverage from reporters around the country. We've been speaking to them in all of the battleground states, and we have Hannah Jewell, who's in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, and she is following all things there. We just heard from Stephanie Bennett in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hannah, what can you tell us that's happening there in the Badger State?
Hi, Andrew. Well, as you know, it's been a very contentious race here, especially with this being a battleground state this year. We're seeing a lot of mixed opinions, tensions running high. Normally, Wisconsin is known for being, quote, Wisconsin nice, but a lot of people are very tense right now, and we're seeing this coming down to the wire on who's going to take this state. So if you drive through Wisconsin, for example, you see a lot of mixed yard signs, Biden and Trump, so it'll be a long night. We're looking forward to getting through these long lines, and there are 3 more hours to have people coming out to vote.
Now, Hannah, are you seeing a lot of Biden and Trump supporters outside the polling location, kind of, you know, brandishing their support? Obviously, there are stipulations and restrictions. You can't stand too close to a polling location. What are you seeing, and what are voters saying? Have you talked to any voters? Have you even seen that highly coveted demographic of the undecided? You know, a lot of people go into the polling booth undecided and make their split decision right there. Have you encountered any of that?
Right. We've had some people coming here saying that they're here to represent the third party, Green Party. Not so much undecided voters, though. And we are also not seeing anybody dressed or campaigning for one candidate or the other. People, for the most part, are being very respectful out here, keeping a social distance and not speaking, not saying much. It's a little bit different of a feel than elections past. I remember some other elections, we see people out kind of having fun and playing music, but not this year.
And Hannah, can you just kind of give our viewers a sense of where in the state Cedarburg is it close to those large metropolitan places in Wisconsin? Is it near Madison? I don't have a sense. Can you give us a sense?
Right. Cedarburg is about 20 minutes north of Milwaukee. So we have a pretty mixed demographic here.
And can you kind of tell us, as far as, times that polls close, when those votes will be counted? I know Wisconsin is one of those states where we'll be watching very closely tonight, as the Trump campaign wants another win there like they had in 2016, and the Biden campaign is looking to pick it up, and they haven't done that since 2012.
Right, yes. We have about 3 hours left till the polls close. And the lines are picking up. We're getting more people coming out here now that rush hour has started. A lot of people tried to come out here early this morning to make sure they beat the rush, but now we're seeing really long lines out here.
And Hannah, just lastly, if someone is in line before the polls close, they'll be allowed to vote. Is that correct?
That's what we're hearing, yes.
All right, Hannah Jewell there in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, outside Milwaukee. Thank you for that live update.
Thanks.
All right, I'm Andrew Kraft with News Now from Fox. We are just a little less than an hour away from the first polls closing on the East Coast, and we will be hearing from more reporters from around the country in these battleground states. Just brought you 2 live reports from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, a big battleground state. You'll remember, as I just said, President Trump won that state in 2016 very narrowly. It went for Obama and Biden in 2012 and 2008. So the Biden campaign is really looking to win the Badger State back. We want to take you out now live to some of these bump shots, is what we call them in the industry. Just live pictures for you. People voting there. My own experience, I voted here in Arizona early. I had to wear a glove, a rubber glove, to touch the pen in the ballot. I had to wear a mask, and I had to seal it in an envelope and put it in a ballot box when I left. So a lot of polling locations and polling precincts are having to institute these measures because of the coronavirus pandemic. We just want to bring you some more information and context in some of these states as well before we go to our next live event. Some important things to remember. Iowa, Nevada, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Texas, they all accept postmarked ballots after Election Day. So there's several states where the counting will still go on after Election Day, but all of Pennsylvania has done 0 pre-processing until today, and 7 counties won't even begin counting mail ballots until tomorrow. So obviously in the Keystone State, that's the one state I'll be watching very closely, Pennsylvania. 7 counties won't even begin counting their mail-in ballots until tomorrow. As I said earlier, 100 million plus people have already voted early in 4 states, Arizona, Hawaii, Nevada, Texas. They've already surpassed their 2016 vote totals before today. It's unprecedented. So we're going to have a live look next for you out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, from one of our Fox reporters there. We want to take a quick commercial break for those of you watching. It'll be about 2 minutes. Some of you will see it, some of you will not, but stick with us here on News Now. And in the meantime, let's get a report out of Chicago on all things Election Day from our sister station, WFLD, in Chicago.
Wait for election results to be tallied. So when you sit down tonight to watch the returns, what are you going to be focusing on? We're joined by radio personalities Maze Jackson and Ramblin' Ray Stevens to see what they'll be keeping a close watch on this evening. Good morning.
It's the first time the candidates will meet on stage since the end of September. They were supposed to debate virtually last week after President Trump's COVID diagnosis, but the president canceled. 6 topics are expected to be covered tonight. They include fighting COVID-19, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. Things will look and sound slightly different tonight. Candidate microphones will be muted for certain portions of the debate. It's part of an effort to enforce the debate rules, where both candidates are supposed to have 2 minutes uninterrupted to respond to a question, followed by an open discussion. You recall, that is not what happened last time around.
The American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question because the question is radical left. Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
Who's
on your list?
Right.
Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
All right, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killion. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, and Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. She covers all things Washington, but there you see her inside the debate hall tonight. So, Nicole, let me begin with you. The president has made it very clear that he is not happy with the choice of moderator and the topics. What might be those very public, what might be behind, rather, those very public complaints?
Well, we know that a lot's at stake with this debate. What the Trump campaign has argued is that it believes this debate should focus more on foreign policy. It says that that has been the tradition in the past. But, you know, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the chairs of the debate commission who said that is not necessarily the case, and that from the outset they made clear to the Trump campaign and to both campaigns that it would be the moderator who sets the topics. And so that's, of course, what you laid out at the top of the segment. So from that standpoint, you know, also we've seen the president go after the moderator. We know he wasn't happy with the last debate with Chris Wallace as the moderator. So perhaps it might be an attempt to try to undercut whoever is in that role before the debate happens. But again, you know, the debate commission stands by its selection of these moderators. It believes that this has been a fair process. And so, again, just minutes away from seeing how it'll play out tonight.
Well, Caitlin, you have been covering voters and the voting process around the country for months now. Give us some of the common themes that you've been hearing.
Hi, Elaine. Well, 2 things stand out to me after spending the past several days on the ground in key battleground states talking to voters. The first is the way in which the act of voting has become a campaign issue in and of itself. We've seen voters be very strategic about how they are going to cast their ballots. We've talked to voters who are tracking lines on apps. They are very intent on making sure their ballot is in time to be counted, and being very strategic about making sure they have all the information needed to be able to cast a ballot in a pandemic. Because as we know, the pandemic has put voting rights and access front and center, but also how we cast ballots. Several states have been ramping up options to give people instead of going in person. The other interesting dynamic that we've seen on the ground is how coronavirus is playing in terms of shaping how people are viewing this race. Lots of supporters of former Vice President Biden that we talked to say that the pandemic is front and center, that it's uprooted their lives, that they see this race as a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic. When we talk to supporters of the president, they don't see the pandemic as front and center. Most of them say the economy is top of mind heading into this election. They tell us that the president did what he could do on the pandemic, and they want things to return back to how they were before. This idea of returning back to normalcy is actually playing on all sides and among lots of different voters that we talk to. Supporters of the president say turning back to normal means getting back to the economy before the pandemic. And supporters of Joe Biden who want to return to normalcy think of it very different. They think of it as a time before Trump took office.
Well, Nicole, the president's path to victory seems to be fairly narrow, according to CBS's Battleground Tracker. Has the Trump campaign had any sort of recalibration in these closing weeks?
Well, I think the campaign's mission has always been to try to defend those states that the president won in 2016 and also try to find paths through other states, for instance, like Nevada or like Minnesota. You know, I can tell you that certainly one state that both the Trump campaign, the Biden campaign are really targeting in these final days is Florida, Florida, Florida. If I had a whiteboard like Tim Russert used to, I mean, that really is a key state. You know, certainly the president needs that one. You know, we've talked about states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that support in those states may be slipping for the president. But if he doesn't win Florida, that could spell big trouble for him. So he really does need that state. At the same time, Democrats see an opportunity there. I had a chance to speak with the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez, who said he would like to make up some ground there if they can in these final days. And as you know, we saw former President Barack Obama on the trail for the first time in Philadelphia, another pivotal state that we discussed, but also in Florida. He will be there this weekend as there will be a lot of emphasis on vote early day. So again, you know, everything is very strategic in these final days. The president, of course, holding some rallies in Florida following the debate. So certainly that is one of the states to watch.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin, as we've been reporting, the U.S. Elections Project says more than 47 million people have already voted across the country, with many states breaking early voting records. How does that change the dynamic of tonight's debate? Does it?
That's right. These record-breaking numbers. We were just in Georgia, which every day is reporting record-breaking numbers when it comes to the early vote. As you mentioned, 47 million people already having cast their ballot raises the question about how an event like tonight can do anything to change voters' minds if they've already participated. What's been really interesting to see in this race is that even though we've had a global pandemic, that there haven't been many instances over the course of the past several months that we've been in a general election mode that have changed the trajectory of this race. Nationally and in key battleground states, Joe Biden continues to lead. That's why his campaign wants to see tonight as a kind of a do no harm, get through it. The Trump campaign, however, has been falling behind in key battleground state polls, needs to do something to change the future of this race, try to shape it or change it around in the next 12 days. But with people already voting and in record numbers, does a night like tonight do anything to really change the fundamentals that we've seen be reliably consistent this cycle?
All right, as we've been speaking, Caitlin, I believe those are live pictures. Is that right, control room, that we saw with us from just moments ago? We are, in fact, looking at live pictures there in Nashville as we wait for this debate to get underway. But there you saw it looked like a motorcade. We can't say exactly if that was the president or not, but certainly we're keeping an eye on these pictures as we get closer here to the top of the hour. Nicole, as we wait here, talk to us more about the topics that are going to be discussed tonight and how the announcement of attempted election interference last night could come into play.
Well, we know that the topics will cover a variety of ground. There's going to be one segment focused, again, on COVID-19, on American families, on national security, on race in America, on climate change, and on leadership. So each of those segments will run about 15 minutes apiece. And then, you know, as far as this issue of national security, we would certainly expect that this issue of foreign election interference, especially in light of that very hastily called press conference that we saw yesterday by the FBI and the DNI director, that will come up because we really have not heard from the president or former Vice President Joe Biden to even know their reaction, to know what the president might know about this. So certainly we expect that to be pretty high up, that the moderator would raise that topic with both candidates this evening.
The first is all right, Caitlin Huey Burns and Nicole Killian. Great to see you both. Thank you very much. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, has the latest on what the race is looking like ahead of tonight. Anthony?
Hey there, Elaine. Let's take a look at the state of the race heading into this, the final debate. First thing to note, if this year we see record turnout, let's suppose it is, as some estimate, and we think, it could get to 150 million votes. Well, about a third of that has already been cast, with people showing up early to vote at early voting centers and casting their ballots by mail. So the pool of voters left to be persuaded by this debate is getting smaller. Couple that with the fact that well over 90–95% in some places in these polls, people say they've already made up their minds. So what's this about? It could be about motivating turnout for Joe Biden, maybe trying to seal in those voters who are already backing him. You look at these states across the upper Midwest, and they're leaning blue towards Joe Biden. He's also got a couple of possibilities in toss-ups in places like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, etc. So for the president, what does he need to do? He needs to start winning those toss-ups and then flipping a couple of states. Let's suppose the president once again wins Florida, wins Georgia, wins North Carolina. Well, starts to recreate that 2016 map, but now he's going to have to also probably win Ohio and then flip Pennsylvania back out of Joe Biden's column to start putting him closer, and then maybe a Wisconsin, again, just in one scenario, to get him back over the top. There's a number of different paths that could play out, and that's what we see. Those are some of the scenarios we see as we head into this final home stretch after the debate tonight. Elaine?
All right, Anthony, thank you. With early voting already well underway, tonight is the last chance the candidates will have to go head-to-head to sway undecided Americans. Last debate featured a range of attacks from both candidates. Some lines went beyond the issues, even touching on their personal lives. Here's one of that night's most heated moments.
It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
All right, that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President,
Chris,
no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No,
He stood up
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion,
Sir,
if you
that
get rid of
is
the
absolutely
you know what, you're,
not
stop.
true.
Doing it.
You're going to
You're on
have
tape.
True.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but I
on
see it seems
tape.
to be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you?
For more, let's bring in Lanhee Chen. He was the policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, as well as an advisor for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. Lanhee, great to see you again. Thanks for joining us. So before I get to tonight's debate, I want to ask you about Senator Romney and his announcement that he did not vote for President Trump this year. Now, he declined to say whether he voted for Joe Biden, but given your background with the senator, why do you think that he made that decision public in the way that he did?
Well, I think, you know, his opinion of President Trump, some of the things President Trump has done is no secret to anybody. They are dispositionally probably as different as two people you can find in public life. I think Senator Romney was probably getting a lot of questions about what he was going to do, what he was planning to do in this election, who he was going to vote for. And I think he's letting it be known that he didn't support President Trump. Obviously, we don't know who he voted for. We're not going to know unless he lets us know that. But part of this was his effort to answer the question. It's a very important election. Some may wonder where he stands, and I think he wanted to make that as clear as he could during this time when people are already casting votes and making decisions about this year's election.
So let's turn to the debate. The format of this debate, complete with this now mute function, is in response to that first debate where we saw that series of interruptions. Do you think, Lanhee, this debate will be vastly different compared to what we saw earlier?
I don't know that it'll be vastly different, Elaine. I think both candidates are still going to try and get their points in, regardless of whether they're speaking over their opponent, regardless of whether their time is up. I do think the mute function, if used properly, can ensure that we have a little bit better back and forth, a little bit more organized back and forth than we saw in that first debate. But fundamentally, President Trump has got a certain style. And if you look at how he approaches these debates, It tends to be a little bit more confrontational. It tends to be a little bit more combative, a lot more combative in some cases. And so I wouldn't expect him to deviate too much from that style. I think that's largely how he's going to make his points tonight. And so, I'm skeptical the mute button is going to have too much of an impact, but hopefully it will make some difference on the margins and the American people can actually hear some reasonable exchanges between these candidates.
Right. After all, this is, in fact, an opportunity, or is supposed to be an opportunity for voters to hear directly from the candidates themselves. So let's talk about the president's strategy. The playbook looks in some ways similar to 2016, calling for his opponent to be jailed. There are unsubstantiated claims about voter fraud. This year, of course, we have seen the president attacking doctors and scientists, contradicting his claims. I wonder, Lanhee, what you make of that. Does that appear to be an effective strategy at this point, given what we have seen from public polling on some of these issues? And do you expect to see more of that tonight?
A couple things are clear. First of all, I think the president is engaging in this strategy because he's comfortable in it. It's kind of where he feels like he goes to when he needs to make headway on one point or another. I would say I think it's effective with respect to his political base. It's very clear that they are mobilized. They are very encouraged and enthusiastic about the president. Not a particularly effective set of techniques if you're trying to speak to undecided voters or voters who might, for example, wonder what will the next 4 years look like in a Trump presidency. I've made the argument repeatedly that I think the president would be strongest if he was willing to get out there and talk about his plan for the next 4 years as opposed to all of these other things. But that hasn't been where the president, it hasn't been where his campaign has been. I think the president believes it is effective at mobilizing his base, but his base is going to be supporting him regardless. The question now is where he gets the additional support necessary to get him across 270 electoral votes. I don't think that the strategy we've seen pursued thus far is frankly going to be very effective if that is the ultimate goal. So I think that the president and the Trump campaign have a fundamental decision to make with less than 2 weeks left. And that is, are they going to speak to voters who haven't made up their minds, or are they going to speak to those who probably are already going to support the president and try and gin them up even more?
In our final minutes, Lanhee, I want to ask you about where you see Joe Biden's biggest vulnerabilities. You have President Trump bringing a guest tonight who is a business partner of Hunter Biden's to the debate. He's been attempting to push, as you know, these debunked allegations of fraudulent activities by the Biden family. So I wonder, Lanhee, as we look at the landscape now, you have Amy Coney Barrett on the verge of confirmation, it appears, as a Supreme Court justice. What is your take on those areas that the president should be focusing in on? And when you look at Joe Biden's vulnerabilities as well, what are those areas that you see as places where the president should focus his efforts?
It's a line of attack, Elaine, very similar to what we saw from Mike Pence in his debate against Kamala Harris a few weeks ago. And that is to try and tag Joe Biden as a liberal, out-of-touch progressive whose policies will take America in a fundamentally bad direction when it comes in particular to the economy. So I think one imperative is to tie his opponent to the far progressive left from a policy perspective. You saw him try to do that, for example, in Pennsylvania the other day, talking about Joe Biden's opposition to fracking. And then in the second order, I would say it's also going to be important for him to draw contrast in terms of energy and competency. And that's going to be something, it's a hard sell because I think a lot of people know Joe Biden has a lot of experience in government, but it is fundamentally about that competency. For 47 years, Joe Biden's been in public life. You've heard this line, and he hasn't gotten a whole lot accomplished. It's about contrasting the president's accomplishments over the last few years with those of Vice President Biden during his 47 years in public life. I think trying to paint Joe Biden as an element of Washington, from Washington, we are still in a political cycle where outsiders are favored to a certain degree. I think those are going to be the strongest places for the president to go. Whether he actually gets there, whether he can be successful, we'll have to see.
All right, Lanhee Chen. Lanhee, always great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
Coming up, new rules for tonight's debate. Will cutting off the candidates' microphones help or hurt the candidates? Former senior advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, will be here to give us his take. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hopefully he's going to play by the rules. Hopefully everybody's been tested. Hopefully it's all worked out this way the rules are. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
That was Joe Biden on his way to Nashville earlier today. As we've mentioned, one of those new rules is cutting the microphone of the candidate not speaking in order to ensure no interruptions. It will go into effect at the beginning of each 15-minute segment. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Senior Advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, joins me now to talk more about what we can expect tonight. Philippe, good to see you again. Thanks so much for being with us. So how do you expect this muted microphone setup to work?
Elaine, I think it's going to be a doozy. I think it might backfire for a simple reason. The debate is in 6 15-minute segments, and the first 4 minutes are going to have this muting situation where the person not speaking will not be able to be heard. The problem is if you tell someone that for 4 minutes that they have to behave, you're telling them that for the other 11 minutes you can do what you want. And, sure, so it's going to keep Donald Trump in check while it's being used, but I'm not sure that the 66 minutes of the 90 are going to go any better, because if he's intent on,
railing against Joe Biden, then he's going to find a way to do it no matter how many buttons, the moderator and the producers have.
Well, the president is bringing a former business partner of Hunter Biden, Tony Bobulinski. Then candidate Donald Trump, as you recall, brought accusers of former President Bill Clinton to the 2016 debate against Hillary Clinton. Who do you think, Philippe, this strategy plays to?
I don't think that Donald Trump has been one Tony Bobulinski away from turning this race around. So I had not heard the name before today. I understand the point. Maybe he should have brought a epidemiologist with him or someone he can point to and say, this is someone that I am now taking advice from and who I think can help with COVID, and I'm naming as COVID czar. I really don't think that the 70, 80, 90, maybe 100 million people watching really want to hear about this guy. And it's just to come out as such a jumble when Donald Trump, whether it's muted or unmuted, when it just has a chance to start spewing all this Hunter Biden stuff, it's not going to be coherent to the listener. And he's been doing this for a year. He was impeached over this. So, he's in the predicament he is with 11 days to go. It's beyond doubling down. He's quadrupling or whatever it is down. And it's not going to work.
Fighting the coronavirus, of course, is one of the topics tonight. And while campaigning in Philadelphia last night, former President Obama slammed the Trump administration's response. Let's listen to just a little bit of that.
We literally left this White House a pandemic playbook that would have shown them how to respond before the virus reached our shores. They probably used it to, prop up a wobbly table somewhere. We don't know where that playbook went. 8 months into this pandemic, cases are rising again across this country. Donald Trump isn't suddenly going to protect all of us. He can't even take the basic steps to protect himself.
So, Philippe, as you know, since the last debate, President Trump and many people in his orbit tested positive for the coronavirus. So how might the conversation about COVID-19 be different tonight because of that?
I think on the question of health, it's really going to be up to the moderator, because other than, a glancing reference or maybe a glancing blow, I'm not sure Joe Biden is going to say, well, you're the one that since we last spoke has been in the hospital for 4 days and on a cocktail of experimental medication. I think, if Kristen Welker comes out of the gate the way her colleague Savannah Guthrie did last week when she interviewed Donald Trump and pressed him on specifics about, did you have pneumonia? When did the last time you test? That might be a more effective way to do it, but I'm not exactly sure that that's what's on the tip of the moderator's tongue. And if Donald Trump goes after Joe Biden on handling COVID, and if he does what he did last time about saying that the Obama administration and Joe Biden blew handling SARS, I think you might hear Joe Biden either just echo what President Obama said or just, say, as President Obama said yesterday, because there's no one that makes Donald Trump see red more than Barack Obama. It's no one handles him or gets under his skin more.
In our final 20 seconds or so, Philippe, how confident or not confident should Democrats be feeling right now?
I think they should let themselves feel confident. Look, I was wrong 4 years ago. A lot of us were wrong. Most of us were wrong. I don't think we should live in fear and paralysis in 2016. It's a different situation. There are no third parties. He's having a harder time defining his opponent negatively. And, people are forgetting that we've had two things since. One, we've had 2018, which did not go well for the Republicans. And two, there's something that Donald Trump has now that he didn't have 4 years ago. And that's a record. And it's abysmal. And, this might be as simple as people want to get rid of him. This is the first time they have a chance to fire him. That doesn't mean it's the first day they would have.
All right, Philippe, sorry to cut you off. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Philippe Reines, always great to have you. Thank you so much, Philippe.
Thank you, Elaine.
The final debate between President Trump and Joe Biden is about to get started. Let's go to our CBS News Primetime Special.
Vice President Joe Biden.
Get out and vote. The red wave
is coming.
President Donald Trump.
We choose hope over fear, unity over division, science over fiction, truth over lies. We are going to keep on fighting. We are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. This is the most important election in the history of our country.
The final presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm Norah O'Donnell in the nation's capital with John Dickerson and Gayle King. In just a few minutes, the presidential candidates will face off for the final time. You're looking at live pictures from the debate hall at Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. CBS News Battleground Tracker polls show Joe Biden leading in nearly every one of the swing states that will determine the election, now just 12 days away. And we're seeing records broken already. Nearly 50 million Americans have voted, and that's more ballots cast before Election Day in 2016.
A lot of people. This is President Trump's last opportunity to go face-to-face with a former vice president. As you remember, their second debate was canceled when Mr. Trump balked at a virtual format after he tested positive for COVID-19. Now, each candidate held an individual town hall 1 week ago. Both were tame affairs compared to that first meeting, which you can describe as an over-the-top slugfest, marred by insults and interruptions that left many wishing the organizers could simply just cut the microphones.
So tonight, while one candidate is answering a direct question for 2 minutes, the other candidate's microphone will be muted. The moderator, NBC's Kristen Welker, has chosen 6 topics: fighting COVID-19, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. Leading up to this debate, Biden prepared while he stayed in Delaware. The president held his debate prep in the spaces between multiple campaign rallies this week.
There's so much at stake. We want to bring in Nicole Killian. She is inside the debate hall in Nashville. Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening, Nora. The Biden campaign says the former vice president will use tonight as another opportunity to speak directly to the American people and lay out his agenda. They view this debate as a test of presidential temperament and say Biden is prepared for whatever comes his way. They do expect the president will go after Biden and his son Hunter, but they think that's going to backfire. Biden told reporters today he hopes the president plays by the rules. Nora?
All right, let's bring in CBS's Paula Reed because she covers the White House and President Trump. Paula?
Good evening, Nora. President Trump heads into tonight's debate with little formal preparation. He said this week, though, he insists that he gets plenty of practice by fielding questions from reporters nearly every day. A senior campaign official says the president will try to focus at least some of tonight's discussion on Biden's son Hunter, but many of his other advisors are encouraging the president to let his opponent speak more than he did last time in the hope that Biden will make some mistakes. Nora.
All right, Paula Reed, we are just moments away. And John Dickerson, can anything that happens tonight change the trajectory of this race?
Well, it's the last moment of the race that is guaranteed to have a huge viewership. If it can, tonight's the night.
All right, let's listen now to the moderator.
Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. and we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital, I had it, and I got better, and I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure, but I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune, whether it's 4 months or a lifetime. Nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators, we're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you and your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
I don't think we're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous, and you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9% of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school And we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though. You have
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that it came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that it came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handle
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at a golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the neighborhood, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up. More social distancing. Do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums. Do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people. I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often, the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down, he'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what about...
When you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now, it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed, and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall
Street. Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's stalking them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part, as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and, you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get $3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose, because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it. And it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody told you that. Excuse me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this, but I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to reduce your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on, folks.
So, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. $48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent $1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong, because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken. I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned, of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do, because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had, the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just, one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the Vice President respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a question to you. Very quickly.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money.
President Trump, thank you. We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down. with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay. Very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
With $1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from China.
You know the taxpayer is, it's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10 seconds.
That's a typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North Korea.
I'm not a typical politician.
Okay,
that's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test, and yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next
one. So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And, you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, Millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul. Millions of people would be dead right now.
President
we
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay,
You
I
know,
got to
for
give him a
fact, they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it.
You
And
know
that's
why?
okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to
of
move
other
on, 'cause
countries is a good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
not
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to
left
move on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
and
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to
2
all
or
of our
3 months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care. people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I didn't, not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions, and all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
excuse me, he was there for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
he goes for a year. There will be
we
no
have
fracking.
We have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
I have to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening
public
on Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine and and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally destroyed, and destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden
a very confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that are going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023. With no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get rid of, he
Mr.
tried to
President,
hurt
and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
gonna
will
have time
boom
to talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's
biggest
move on to the
analysts are
next
saying that.
question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
You know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because let me
Republicans
ask
will
Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with these guys?
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high-crime, Democrat all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
If I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly,
want to get your
we have
reaction.
to help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very recently.
We have to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but what I really like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
President Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through merit.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not
they built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
who
we're
built the
talking
cages,
about.
Joe?
Let's talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They
10
went down. We
seconds, and
brought
then I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of
and
them
have gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask them that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because it made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh, no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
so
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But
President
they're
Trump,
very,
let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it.
Let's
anymore.
move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. But guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding, and I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do, and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago, and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
questions. If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician. Right. So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody's
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
From hell.
President Trump, we're talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
I have to respond to that.
Please,
because look,
very quickly.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
Is this where you're going? This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia.
Gentlemen, I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. They can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
you said you're Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No.
You said,
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right,
and you know what? They remember it because if you look at what's happening with the voting right now,
let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them very, very badly. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the sense, and particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe. Sometimes
all right.
You got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section,
like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change and climate warming, the global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the limit of emissions will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump,
Today came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers. $100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan is endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor. because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is the electric, solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some
We are
follow-ups.
energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds. It's very intermittent. It's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist that said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money in doing it, but it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then we have.
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking or oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again. And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that in fact pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And there are more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there were first frost to drive me to school, turn in the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil
By the way, I
industry?
would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I will
that's a big
transition.
statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
And here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do
statement.
that. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. Over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do give
All
it
right.
to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
gonna get
question
China to
both
do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We
No,
have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our
rejoin
final
Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost
is
you $1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country: decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.